This week, Doñana County salutes key partners in public
stuff. Oh, well, good. You'll be right almost. You'll be, I think it's first on the agenda. Yeah. Invocation, right up front. And you must be Pastor Paul Brisky. Yeah. Sure.
description, you just want to go out and hug that cat or get that dog right away.
So you dial this phone number, and then it'll ask you for this description.
Of course, they put this up for YouTube, but you can so you can actually watch it.
How are you?
Oh, that's good. That's good.
People get to see everything. But my experience is it's very professional.
I have on here. Well, that's a big word. Nonprofit private and bureaucracy that we.
Good.
Sorry, we give her really those. It says a password, but I think it's only if you're doing it on the computer.
Oh, living the dream. Nelson.
Good, how are you doing? Oh, absolutely. Of course.
So this guy who's here is the county manager. And,
Oh, I'll send it to you guys. You should. Yeah, but I need to really read how he's.
Good morning, how are you?
What he's, and he wants to ask you. How are you?
Some action here this morning. Maybe.
Never know.
Yes, sir.
without much notice, is that affected your ability? We always get backpacks and all these things.
So that
Wondering if that's, you're living in that.
responses back. I don't know. It has, like, it's a travel plan. So when I'm typing out of our state, yeah, that's pretty much, except, when I'm usually off summer, Steve Mauer last week, the numbers are not matching up, so I'm flying my line. It said they were police officers.
Well, and as long as they. Okay, sounds great.
Monday, we're in on vacation.
Okay. Yeah, it'll be a new schedule.
Right now, I have to be,
And then they always have a tax-free day in August, and then we always buy all the stuff for kids, and our neighbor family has 7 children, and they're they come over to the living room, we set them all out, and then they help. Well, and then we, as I said, well, you know, because I'm retired, I said, I do it with tax, so that they can have their pensions. Excuse me? I am. For what?
Oh, okay, good. Those are important things to have. No, really.
What did you do?
I'm case order circle.
Why don't you just directly? So that
Yeah, it's been nice.
My husband is a prison warden.
For whatever reason, mine's the only one that came up. But
Yeah, you're special.
I felt safer than with going for FBI.
all right. Good morning, everybody. It's 9 a.m. on July 26, 2022. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Paul Vistine from Las Cruces First. Good morning, Pastor.
Morning. Never done this before. All right, so if I don't get it right, just let me know. Well, let's pray. Dear Jesus, we come before you today and we thank you that we get to gather here today. Thank you for another day, a beautiful day. And Lord, as we conduct business for the city, I pray that you would be with our leaders. I pray that you would give them wisdom, insight, understanding. I pray that you would help them guide this city to a place of health, a place of growth, and a place where people can come and allow their families to grow up in just a wonderful environment. So Lord, be with us this day. Give us your wisdom, give us your understanding, and help us to do our very best. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. And if y'all would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Brandy, if we can have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Ellens? Here. Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro? Present. Vice Chair Murillo?
Vice Chair Murillo will be joining us shortly, but not here at the moment.
Chair Sanchez?
Present. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. There are no changes to the agenda.
All right, very good. Then we'll proceed on to Pet Showcase.
Thank you. For those of you in the audience and those that may be viewing these proceedings, the County Commission takes an opportunity at every one of its meetings to promote the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center. And these are our animals of the week. I'll start with the dog of the week, Rain, who's 4 years old and a medium-sized breed. I'm a beautiful chocolate Dobie, and I'm very sweet and smart. I'm selective when it comes to other animal friends, but it's probably mostly because I love my favorite human, my foster parent, so much. She also loves me very much and has been working on teaching me new commands and to help me keep focused and less reactive, and I'm taking to them quickly. And this is Rain. Our cat of the week is Orange Thorpe. Did you know that brown tabbies are one of the least adopted types of cats? I have no idea why when I'm clearly such a handsome fellow. I'm a little older in my years, but that just means that I've had time to settle down and become my true self, which is a guy that just wants to take it easy and be low-key. I came into the center pretty skinny and afraid, but I know that my future family will guarantee that that won't happen to me ever again. And this is Orange Thorpe, who is 7 years old and a domestic short hair. Again, there is adoption opportunities this weekend at the farmers market from 9 in the morning to 12 o'clock. And we encourage anyone viewing to please consider adopting either Orange Thorpe or Rain or any other animal that you may be attracted to from the Animal Services Center. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Then we'll go on to our employee recognition portion of the agenda.
So again, the County Commission takes advantage of every meeting, or when appropriate, to recognize employees when they have met a certain milestone in their career with the county. And this morning we have Margarita Miller. Margarita Miller started working at the detention center on the 9th of June of 1997 as program administrator. During the reclassification of positions within the county, her title changed to Inmate Program Specialist. She recruits and trains volunteers and coordinates programming relevant to the inmate needs. Part of her responsibilities is to interact with agencies in the community in order to expand detainee services. She works with students and professors from NMSU in order to provide a quality and enriching experience as part of the students' practicum. The part of the job that she enjoys the most is the ability to engage and assist detainees, and there's some that stay there considerable periods of time, during crisis situations. She provides services to inmates that allow them to manage critical situations while incarcerated. Her job also entails working closely with detention staff to allow the integration of security within the programming. Her professional achievements include implementing a volunteer program that has given individuals in the community as well as NMSU students the opportunity to experience working in a correctional setting. She states that with the assistance of many volunteers, they've been able to bring in educational programming to detainees and given them the opportunity to attend GED classes, parenting classes, support groups like Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, and basic life skill classes. Ms. Miller says that many people think that she's an excellent cook. They think, or you are? Okay, they think she's an excellent cook because she's won first prize in cooking contests during our annual potlucks at the detention center. But it is her mother that is the cook.
Yes, I
Okay.
give credit to my mother. She's over there.
Okay.
She's an excellent cook.
Okay, so you're not cooking, you're having your mom still cook for you.
I just bring her good cooking.
Oh, okay. She would like to acknowledge the detention center staff, her parents who obviously are here with her today, her children for the support that provided throughout the years that she's been working at the detention center. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please join the County Commission in giving a very special recognition to Margarita Miller's 20 years of service for Doña Ana County in its 20... Okay, 20, 25, 30, who's going to tell the difference? So we have a very special recognition, a token of the Commission's recognition. Margarita Miller, in appreciation for and recognition of, at least here they got it right, 25 years of dedicated service to Doña Ana County on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and County Management. Again, June the 9th of 1997 through today's date. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Let's take a quick picture with the commission.
Yeah, we'll just arrange it real quick.
With Ms. Miller's parents, and if there's any children in the audience, will you come forward, please? Let's join us for the picture. Okay, we don't want to have to pull you up and force you to come.
Excellent. We'll get one of you guys.
No, you're very welcome.
Big smiles. 3, 2, 1. Just down a little bit, down a little bit. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Invite me over the next time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That completes employee recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Right. We're on to our public input portion of our meeting. We invite the public to come up and provide input at this time. They will have 2 minutes to speak. If they're here to speak on an agenda item, we ask that you wait until that agenda item is up for discussion.
When you come up, please announce your name. When you're done speaking, if you will sign our book to the left for the record, we'd appreciate it. So with that, I'll welcome anybody up for public input. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
And you can adjust the microphone. It looks like you got a little push down during the pictures. Very good.
Good morning. I'm Beverly Hogan. I'm a resident of Las Cruces. I'm addressing you because ultimately it is you, the Board of Commissioners here in Doña Ana County, that are charged with certifying verifiable, trustworthy elections for our county. At your July 12 meeting, County Clerk Dr. Askin responded to my request that you consider hand-counted paper ballots. She replied, "That's great news. We actually have hand-counted or hand-marked paper ballots in New Mexico," and that they actually even tried voting electronically, but voters just felt more confident with hand-marked paper ballots. What Dr. Askin failed to address is that these hand-marked paper ballots are being fed into Dominion machines, which now, as of June, 2022, even our Department of Homeland Security is warning Dominion machines are vulnerable. I have here a document from June 3rd, 2022, from Jefferson City, Missouri, titled Ashcroft Comments on Dominion Voting Machine Vulnerabilities. Secretary of State Jay Ashcroft today acknowledged the recent release of a disclosed document issued by CISA, that's the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. It references the vulnerability of Dominion voting equipment manufactured by Dominion voting machines. CISA, which is a division of the Department of Homeland Security, has now notified election officials in several states of vulnerability issues if they are using Dominion voting equipment for their voting. Ashcroft said, "Since Dominion voting machines are used in certain counties in Missouri, my office has notified local election authorities regarding these concerns."
Yep.
So I'm asking you, please consider using hand-counted paper ballots instead of the Dominion machines. Thank you.
Ma'am, if you wouldn't also fill out the form, thank you so much. Good morning, Mr. Montgomery.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Eric Montgomery. I'm with the El Paso Electric Company. I wanted to just give you a quick update of some things that we've been doing over the last couple of weeks. There was a transportation electrification presentation that was done this last Saturday out at Brannigan Library here in Las Cruces. We look forward to having more of these events that help to educate about the value proposition of electric vehicles and charger deployment as we go forward. As of today, we're actually doing a speed networking event with home builders here in Las Cruces to talk a little bit more about our energy efficiency components and other programs that we offer. And it's actually a good transition to my next point in that we've had some record heat the last several weeks, and we'd encourage everybody in the public to really do everything that they can, knock the thermostat down or up a couple degrees during the hours of about 2 to 8 p.m., really help us to shave off that peak. We as a company hit our peak again this last week, and so anything we can do collectively as a community, we're all in this together, to try and scale back that energy demand would be greatly appreciated. But then certainly, if anybody would like to have conversations about rebate programs and other things that we have for energy efficiency, please let us know, and we team them up with the appropriate people in our offices. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your week.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Liz Ellis, and I thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak this morning. I'm here really to talk about a friend of mine, Amanda Lopez Askin. I have observed and heard of many comments that have come before this body in the past, and I thought that it was time that someone provide an alternate viewpoint. Dr. Askin has been accused of unethical conduct and accused of behavior suggesting that she would take steps to tilt the elections. And I know from personal experience with her that she's a person of high integrity and someone who is not a career politician, who didn't seek in her career pursuits initially to become an elected official, but stepped forward because of people like me and others, I would say a bipartisan group, who encouraged her to run for office. I could be wrong, but I believe that she's the most highly educated person ever to serve in the role of county clerk in Doña Ana County, and we've had many esteemed clerks in the past. Amanda has dedicated her life to improving our community and speaking for those who are less able to speak for themselves. She had a career in public health before she came here, and she made sure that we had good public school clinics for the health. She's on the board of a animal rescue organization and seeks to protect the rights of animals. She is dedicated to managing her office efficiently in all of its functions, but most importantly to ensuring that the people of Doña Ana County have the maximum opportunity, those who are legally entitled to exercise their franchise. And I wasn't more proud of her than when I drove by on election day and I saw the row of chairs out front and knew that those were there to make sure that people who had trouble standing would be able to go and get in vote. My time's up. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And don't forget to sign our book here on the left. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for serving. I came to express a concern. I'm concerned about the erosion of freedom in our society. I define freedom in primarily two ways. One is the right to have and express one's opinion, as I am doing now. The other is the right to speak or to seek your own economic interests. What is under threat most in our society is the right to seek one's own economic interest. That right is under threat by much of the religious community in their continued efforts to make laws governing reproduction and health and women's health care. One must understand that much of the religious community considers procreation the primary purpose for sexual relations. They think sexual activity for any other purpose to be immoral. They oppose the use of birth control and consider an unwanted pregnancy to be a just consequence of immoral behavior. Not content to believe and practice these beliefs in their own lives, as is their right, they seek to make these ideas our laws. They do so without regard for the interest of women and without regard for the negative impacts on the human happiness and cohesion. They also ignore the negative impacts of forced motherhood on society and individuals. Please do all you can to defend the separation of church and state in our community. Please do all you can to protect a woman's right to fully participate in our community or in our economic community. Please protect freedom of religion and freedom from religion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I forgot to ask your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst.
Thank you. H-O-E-R-S-T. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead and come on up. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Ann Garcia. I have a PhD in psychology. I'm a retired federal law enforcement officer. I was a presiding judge in Doña Ana County for the November 2020 and 21 elections. Today, I'm here to discuss three issues: the training of election workers by contract employees, the necessary purging of New Mexico voter rolls, and the vulnerabilities of the Dominion machines. On October 21st, 2021, I attended election training at the Doña Ana County building. The training was presented by County Clerk Dr. Askins and Robus election contract workers. During the presentation on the poll book, Instructor Brooklyn Guzman told the election workers they could issue a standard ballot to voters who were registered with an old address. never mentioning the need to update the registration information to their current address. I relayed this information to both Chief Deputy Lindsay Bachman and County Clerk Dr. Askins. Our training material states all voters must vote with their current address, not an old address because of the down ballot items. Voters can update this information on Election Day and be issued the proper standard ballot. All contract workers and election officials need to be well-versed in New Mexico official election rules and procedures, especially when addressing election workers. This needs to be rectified for the upcoming election. The second issue I want to address is the Doñana County voter rolls. I assisted in the canvassing efforts by the New Mexico Audit Force and drafted approximately 40 affidavits outlining everything from people registered to empty lots, non-U.S. citizens with green cards, and individuals had moved and people who were deceased. Our voter rolls are an embarrassment and need to be cleaned up. And finally, it's becoming common knowledge that Dominion machines have vulnerabilities. Our representatives, both Democrat and Republican, including our Vice President, have discussed these issues since 2016. If there is even the slightest suspicion that these machines are vulnerable, they should be removed immediately, and we should return to paper ballots. We should applaud the brave men and women of Otero County for leading the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens,
point of personal privilege.
please proceed.
You have, by right, 3 minutes to address the commission. But if you're going to talk about all of the imaginary problems concerning our elections, I suggest you're wasting your time and our time. You need to take your concerns, valid or otherwise, to the appropriate election officials, either the Secretary of State or the county clerk. But to address those concerns to this commission is a total waste of time. We have no jurisdiction whatsoever to heed your warnings or satisfy them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is James Mays. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to address what Commissioner Ellens just said because I believe by statute the Commissioner Board is the ex officio of our elections, if that makes sense. So by holding this position, I believe you do have a say in how our elections are conducted. So having said that, I wanted to address an email that I sent you guys. This was back on June 28th, and I shared it with, or I sent it to each one of you. It said, here's a small sample of election fraud that occurred during the 2020 election. This is data from the 2020 cast vote record, and I believe 82,641 voted in the 2020 election in Doñana County, and I'm addressing 606 of those voters. This is a category in which households of 6, in which all 6 members voted. Okay, that's an anomaly in itself. In this case, it could mean that various voters are tied to previous addresses and updates have been provided to the registry. However, I discovered a ghost voter that was plucked from Florida and inserted into a home in Doñana County. There are numerous other anomalies such as suspicious voter registration numbers, registrations past voting day, suspicious birth dates, and missing data that should show how each individual voted. I attached a screenshot straight from the Secretary of State website that tells you how these ghost voters are achieved in our county. It's through collaboration with other states as a member of ERIC, and that's how it's done. And this voter, or Florida is a part of ERIC, New Mexico is a part of ERIC. That's how they do this. So I believe this is a major problem, and we need to work together to make changes and bring trust and faith back into our elections. The goal here is to achieve complete and utter transparency in which there is nothing to hide. The truth behind our elections is coming out, and it will follow, and our elections will return to our country the way the Constitution intended. I'm prepared to share these findings with the Board of Commissioners, and thank you for your consideration. That was an email I sent to you guys on June 28th. I've yet to receive a response, so I would love to address that with you, my findings. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
During the 12th July Commission meeting, the county clerk stated she had received a death threat.
Sorry, if you would say your name, Mr.
Yeah, Juan Garcia.
Thank you, sir.
Do I start again?
Yeah, we can reset the time, that's fine. Or we can allow you we'll allow you the extra 15 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. During the 12th July Commission meeting, the county clerk stated she had received a death threat. That is a horrific action and should be condemned and prosecuted. No one should be subject to these or any threats, period. On the other hand, in these chambers, many have experienced vitriolic name-calling crystal fascists, which is an attempt to demonize and shut down what is courteous and proper public input that some disagree with. Loose comments referring to fellow citizens as a cult is not helpful, and it's not going to work in the attempt to silence citizens. If citizens want to meet in a, quote, small church at 3 a.m. under a full moon with an owl on the steeple and sign pledge cards in blood, that's nobody's business but theirs. The county clerk stated that she can work with Democrats, Republicans, and takes pride in addressing Republicans. That's great. The county clerk states that she's very connected to the community. She should. That's her job. That's what she was elected to do. She's an elected official who represents all citizens, even people like me. What she failed to state is she will not work and engage with those she doesn't like. Read the Las Cruces Sun, dated 12/2/2021. I have suggested small town halls, and the clerk ignores the suggestions. Has the clerk approached anyone that has issues with her or the local election system and offer small group meets to help iron things out? It's a question. I don't know the answer. Commissioner Allen stated addressing the commission is an exercise in futility. Unfortunate, Mr. Ellens, that you have a dismissive approach and feel citizens are wasting their time. Maybe you should personally engage with citizens. It is amazing how often issues are resolved by simply talking to people, not talking down at them. I have submitted reports to the ethics hotline with specific violations by the county clerk of your county code of conduct. They've all been dismissed.
Mr. Garcia, I'll have to ask you to wrap up your time.
Do these actions give me confidence in your fairness, that you're actually listening to us, or you're just giving us a time to provide comments that are summarily dismissed and ignored? Thank you.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Lucy Garcia, and I'm here to represent, you already know, Jesus Christ. I haven't signed a pledge. I'm just here because the Lord moves me. I pray. You already know what I do. I'm trying really hard to help people understand the corruption that's taking over America and our states. It's killing us. And people can deny corruption all they want, but they have to allow us. They need to see the evidence. And from what I've been hearing throughout America, a lot of the evidence is not, they're not accepting it. So why don't they, if they're so sure that there's no corruption, why don't they let us show the evidence? So right now I'm reading this really good book, The Real Anthony Fauci. I'd like to recommend it to people. I'm reading this along with God's word right here that keeps me real busy day and night, and the Lord tugs at my heart. So I am here to give you a little bit of his word that he's given me, Ephesians 5:11-16, and have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them. It is a shame even to speak of those things which are done of them in secret, for all things that are reproved are made manifest by the light, for whatever doeth make manifest is light. Wherefore he saith, awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. See then that you walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise, redeeming the time because the days are evil. God bless you all. Have a good day.
Ms. Garcia, if you would mind, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rick Renault, Las Cruces resident. I'd like to thank Chair Sanchez, Commissioners, Judge Chaparro, and Judge Macias. What I want to talk about today is election integrity. I want to talk today about one of the sections of the New Mexico Audit Force report that you all should read. I can send you the PDF of it. And I was amazed to find the county key in the New Mexico Audit Report. It's based on the work of Dr. Frank, who observed this in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Colorado, and other states. I had studied it at length about a year ago and was astounded it was brought to New Mexico. Ms. Clements did the monumental work of plotting a voting age breakdown in every county in New Mexico, all 33. And it works in New Mexico. The correlation of the curves between all counties is mathematically the same. What this means that across this state in 2020, the same percentage of 25-year-olds who voted in Doña Ana County voted in Bernalillo County and voted in Quay County and voted in Hidalgo County. It's amazing. It's not natural. I can send you all the report and even visit with you all. I want to make sure that you do your due diligence as county commissioners charged with certifying elections. The Secretary of State and the State Auditor have had opportunity to refute this county key and the registration data contained in the New Mexico Audit Report, and they haven't. A lot of name calling. It's been out for months. We all need to see all the data. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mark Weems. You spell that last name W-E-E-M as in Mark, S as in Stephen. That's Weems. I am a retired professional engineer with over 40 years of experience, and I still have an active license with that. I want to say I have lost trust and faith in our elections. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. Because I have worked with information technology experts, and I have utilized them many times, and they are essential to effective engineering work. It was necessary for success, so I'm very familiar with them. With that said, I have seen several videos on vote gathering tabulating devices showing skewed results. These videos have been vouched as legitimate by information technology experts, and I am shocked and very disappointed that our mainstream media uniformly denies this, yet will not prove these particular experts false. I only hear and read their claims that this is false. Because of this, I would like to see more proof in the integrity of our election systems and not just claims from our elected officials. I say that because I was asked to do that as a professional engineer. I would get challenged. Folks, they wanted to see the proof. And because I was diligent, prudent, and open, because that is necessary for trust to demonstrate my work, conclusions, and data. That's all I'm asking, is that we have that made available.
If you can wrap up your comments, sir.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
A point of order. When you're at the podium and you're actually doing your speaking, please address the commission directly and not continue to turn around and look at the audience and speak to other members. You actually, when you come to the podium, your words are supposed to be for us and not everyone else in the audience. Even though they can hear you, please address your comments to us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. And just a point of clarification, when you are public input, you are addressing the chair of the commission directly. So thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rob Wood. I'm a citizen of Las Cruces. I'm a political campaign coordinator, and yesterday we met to discuss door-knocking strategies, especially in light of the growing distrust we are hearing at the doors concerning the lack of security of our voting methods, as shown by the evidence brought forward by reputable professionals. We all agreed that it's the job of our county officials to take the evidence and publicly address it. Just this board saying there was no hanky-panky is not cutting it without taking the evidence and openly rendering a researched verdict on it. You are our elected officials, and we demand accountability based on that alone to give the voters the confidence they need to trust the votes they cast are accurately counted. Thank you.
Go ahead and come on up, sir.
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Michael Simmons. I'm a resident of the county. I've been here again about 20 years or so. I know you're excited to hear about more election integrity. Anyway, like most of our government, a lot of our power is broken up into multiple parts. We have the legislature sets the laws. We have the Secretary of State and the county clerks administrate the election. But then the county commission approves or disapproves, breaking up the points of power. So you do have some control over what's going on. Do not sell yourself short. You're not mere figureheads in this play that we're doing here. As far as accusations that we, the citizens, aren't listening to our elected officials, it's a case that there are what sounds like severe criminal acts occurring, and so we can't just assume that what we're being told directly is true. So we're trying to find the truth. Such that, like we're saying, zero counts on the machines. That's not our complaint. The complaint is that the machines are biased and that they're affecting our elections. We find that, like the machine audits, when you go through them, why do they have the wrong software systems? Do they match the laws? Does the software scripts that go through and determine what they are those up to date? That can they actually satisfy the law? I'm a computer guy, so do you guys remember the VW scandal? Approved computer systems breaking the law blatantly, and nobody found it. So anyway, at a political level, the fact that so many citizens feel there's issues should be a concern to you, so do something. At a lawful level, reports of serious crimes have been brought before this commission, before the county attorney, before the clerk's office, so we have brought our contentions to the proper authorities as far as I can tell. So again, there's a point of negligence, incompetence, whatever is going on, I don't know, but I plead that you would use your powers correctly to affect our political situation. And I thank you for your time today.
Okay, well, is there any other public input?
Good morning. My name is Joan Shearer, and I'm a resident of Doñana County and a professional in the actuarial field of over 50 years. I want you to know that I volunteered as a presiding judge in the past 2 elections and can tell you that the voters in general distrust the system, and the commission is in denial. On Election Day in 2020, I was the 7th voter in line at my precinct and heard 3 people ahead of me, that's 50%, being told to their surprise they'd already voted absentee. I then discovered when I went home and checked online that I had also voted absentee in 2012. Big shock, not true. I simply didn't vote. That's when I decided to get involved. My growing lack of trust drove me. For the last 2 months, I've heard dozens of people in these chambers complain about their lack of trust in the voting systems. They have pleaded, do not use the machines going forward. I've seen voting results of recent elections illustrated on a timeline revealing that these machines are producing inhuman results. Ballot numbers go up, ballot numbers go down, ballot numbers go up over a timeline. How's that possible? These are real concerns. You certified our election results, and yet you aren't even curious. Why the many complaints, which surely makes me suspicious. Regardless of the county clerk's qualifications, this can happen without her involvement. These are very credible reports of election fraud around the country and elsewhere in New Mexico, which are now well known using these machines, the very same machines we use here in our county. Why do requests look at the internal program? Why not look at our internal programming of these machines? Why are they getting denied? This is real and not nonsense. I've cited multiple violations in the past by our Secretary of State, and you believe it's not your problem. You are complicit. The very fact that you're bonded tells us you have a responsibility. If you lose your bond, what happens next? The demand now is stop using these electronic machines, go back to in-precinct voting, and return to hand counting of ballots. Thank you for your time.
Good morning.
Good morning. David Clements, resident of Doñana County, accused Christo-fascist, and all the other names that have been thrown my direction and my wife's direction, all because we care about our community, we care about our voices, and we want to let you know that this issue isn't going to go away. In fact, I'll be here every 2 weeks, no matter how futile you think this exercise is, and here's why. July 7th, the latest Rasmussen poll, 50% of all voters believe widespread cheating will affect the outcome of this upcoming election. It's not getting better, gentlemen, it's getting worse. 36% of those voters are Democrats, most of which are your constituents. 43% are independents, 71% are the GOP. And there's lots of claims over voter suppression, that things that we're doing right now hinders the vote, but I will remind you that the same poll says that 46% of black voters feel the same way. When polling, folks, time and time again, multiple times over 2020, between 52% and 59%, a clear majority of Americans believe that cheating affected the outcome of the 2020 national election. So try as you might, this issue is not going to go away because under the election code, you certify the post-election results. You do. And to certify something is to say that it's trustworthy. We don't work for you. The burden of proof shouldn't be on us. It should be on you to convince us that this system is trustworthy. And it's clearly not. Why hasn't your county attorney filed a writ of mandamus ordering and declaring the Secretary of State decertify a machine that is illegal right now, that does not comply with the most recent standards under the Election Assistance Commission standards? That's required under the law. Do your job. Thank you.
Is there any other public input? Okay. All right, move on to staff input. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a short presentation.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and members of the Commission. I'm Stephen Lopez with the Office of Emergency Management, and as has been our practice for the last 3 months, we'd like to recognize one of the entities that really stepped up during the COVID crisis to help make a difference in the lives of people throughout our county. And with that, we'd like to play a short video.
This week, Doñana County salutes key partners in public service for their efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Las Cruces Fire Department. The Las Cruces Fire Department has been the main vaccinator for the homebound population both within and outside the city of Las Cruces. They have helped vaccinate over 700 people, one dose at a time. The paramedics assigned to the homebound program pick up the vaccine and vaccination schedule from the Department of Health, drive to each assigned residence to administer the vaccine, and stay with the patient for 30 minutes to make sure they do not have any adverse reactions. While much slower than the vaccination points of distribution, due to the driving and wait times, this outreach to patients who otherwise may have not been vaccinated has been crucial in keeping hospitalizations and deaths low in the county. Doña County salutes the Las Cruces Fire Department. Thank you for the special attention and care to the homebound residents of Doña County.
So, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, as noted, the Las Cruces Fire Department really did step up and were the backbone of our homebound vaccination program, helping people who wanted to be vaccinated but just could not get to any of the locations where we were otherwise making it available. So we really do want to thank them and recognize them for their efforts. I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Are there any questions, Commissioner Lopez?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Allens?
Given the recent prevalence of the new strain, how has it affected Doña County, and what effect has it had on hospitalization?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Ellens, the BA.5 variant or subvariant of the Omicron variant is our dominant strain that is in New Mexico right now. We are still moving slightly upward in Doña County, but as far as new case counts are concerned, but across the United States, we seem to be holding fairly flat for the last month. And when we look at our wastewater surveillance data, it also is suggesting that we are actually holding fairly flat for the last month. And we're happy to announce that we actually added a new wastewater treatment plant for Doña County. The Rincon plant is now being monitored. So we now have 3 plants within our county, and that's really nice. One's in Chaparral, one's in South Central, and one's in Rincon. So that's giving us a good geographic dispersion. And because that doesn't rely on somebody coming in to get a test, it is much more likely that those are accurate numbers, and that data holding steady looks really good for us. And as it pertains to our hospitals, the burden on our hospitals due to COVID-19 is still quite low. As of yesterday's data reported by the CDC, we had only 6.6% of the ICU beds in use by COVID-19 patients, which means that well over 90% of our beds are available for our regular patients who might need them. So things are still looking good despite the widespread that the BA.5 variant has, or subvariant has had across the globe.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Mr. Chair, a question for Mr. Lopez. Mr. Lopez, how can we do a better job to get the community to self-report their self-home tests?
Commissioner Sanchez and or Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Chaparro, I don't know that there is an easy answer to that. Certainly making sure people are aware that they can report it is good to make sure they're aware of the opportunity, but I don't sense an overwhelming desire in the general community to take that extra step once they have a test and have it reported themselves. Fortunately, what I have seen a lot of is people who do test positive on a home test kit going in to get a PCR test, and the PCR tests are reported. So I think that's where we're capturing a lot. And it's also, I believe, why we are seeing such a high positivity rate, because most of the people who are going in for a PCR test have already tested positive on a home test and kind of know what the results are going to be. I hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Are there any other questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, good question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lopez, is there any indication that that this is less severe or not as damaging or dangerous here in the county for BA.35, 538, whatever it is?
Chair Sanchez and Commissioner Reynolds, here in Doña County, it is really hard to say for sure that BA.5 is less severe in terms of an unvaccinated person. And that is simply because we have such a high percentage of our population who has been vaccinated. Fully vaccinated numbers are in the very high 90 percentile. So with that being said, when we look at the global numbers, the global fatality rate has actually been going down for the last 3 months. and that is the time that the BA.5 subvariant has come onto the scene. So it does appear to be quite contagious, but not quite as severe, which is a good thing. But similarly, as vaccines continue to roll out across the globe, the benefit of the vaccines has certainly been shown in that people who have been vaccinated, even if they haven't been boosted, are much less likely to develop serious illness or to die. And we're hoping that within about 4 months, we may have some variant-specific vaccines coming to the market.
I was at an event this past, last weekend, not this past weekend, but the one before, over at Doñana Community College, where we were giving out bags to the children for school, backpacks. And I noticed that the health department was actually providing vaccines and boosters at that event. So can people still get boosters from the health department?
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Reynolds, yes, though they are not holding special events in general. They've got targeted events like the one that you're describing, and they do also have them available at the public health offices spread throughout the county, including the main building at Spruce and Solano. So people can go in and get them there. They will have to work into the general cycle. Right now, most of the vaccines that they've been pushing in the last 2 weeks have actually been the childhood back-to-school vaccines, but they have been still giving out the COVID vaccines, and the COVID vaccines remain widely available at pharmacies throughout the area.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any additional questions for Mr. Lopez? All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other staff input at this time, Mr. Macias?
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We'll move on to county elected officials' input. Dr. Askin. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Commission. First of all, I'd like to just let you all know that at any given time, you're more than welcome to call me or connect with me regarding elections or any questions that you may have. Many of you would notice that we have been moving our office for various reasons. Basically, we deconstructed our entire office and replaced what we had with more efficient, more modern, more staff-friendly cubicles. So that's what's been going on. But what I wanted to talk about specifically was the people who helped us kind of undertake this heavy lift. So Ms. Rebecca up front, who is always very helpful, she was really great at identifying the dates that we could have a temporary space to work from because, as you know, our work continues regardless of other things. And Andres and the IT team. Now, imagine moving an entire office and all the coordination it would take between different departments. And IT has been excellent in helping us make sure that we're literally fully on, plugged in down the hallway. We're looking forward to moving back, but we wanted to reach out to IT. They worked with our staff to set up all the resources they need. They moved each clerks in groups down the hallway. And they have just been outstanding. Also, thank you to HR. They were willing to move their orientation to another space so we could use the multipurpose room. So I appreciate that. And Norma, who works in probate, has been very helpful in being flexible, and it's a disruption, and she was still working from the office in the front counter. And also to our staff, who would really rather be in their own space, but they almost looks like a classroom down the hallway. So thank you to them for their patience. What we hope this means is that we have a newer, better office because they deserve it. I'm saving a couple of people for last. When we did the front office remodel, it's probably been 2.5 years, David Ornelas worked with us. And I was so incredibly impressed with his attention to detail, his follow-up. A lot of what our jobs are is really following up on the things that we want done, and he is outstanding connected to that. David also was helping with our office, I'll call it a remodel, and he went above and beyond, and I think we asked him, how many other projects do you have going on? He says 50. Not 15, but 50. And he still managed to every day come and check with Angelica, make sure every single detail was done right. He's a perfectionist, and that really benefits us. David Ornelas is one of the unsung heroes of Doñana County, and a lot of the work that he's done would not be possible without his attention to detail, the quality of it. So I just want to definitely, if I could nominate him as Employee of the Year, I definitely would. He has been that good. So we appreciate David Ornelas. And Angelica Valenzuela has been with us, I believe, 19 years with the county. She is the director, basically the lead or supervisor in a recording and filing side of the office. And she decided to undertake all of the details that worked. She managed all these different entities and timed it right. And so kudos to her. And if there's an Employee of the Year, she would also deserve that too. So also wanted just to thank you, commissioners. I know some of you come in and out connected to whatever you're doing, sometimes just to say hello and move on to your work, but we appreciate your patience as well. If I forgot anybody, I apologize. It's not for a lack of gratitude, but it's just human error, which we know happens. So thank you all very much, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Eskin. Are there any comments, questions for Dr. Eskin? All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Is there any other kind of elected official input? Sheriff Stewart? Okay. All right, then we'll move on to, I believe, it says staff input on the agenda, but I believe it's supposed to be commission input at this point. Right. Are there any input from the commissioners at this time? All right. I did want to have a couple of things I wanted to share. Number one, we've set up a couple of community meetings. We have one tomorrow evening in Radium Springs. It'll be from 6 to 7 p.m. at the Radium Springs Community Center. That one, I know we did a back in April when we started off doing community events back in District 5. That was one of the first places we hit was Radium Springs, and I'm excited that we're doing it here in the evening. We had originally planned one in the evening back in 2020, right before COVID-19 hit, and we ended up having to cancel it. So I'm excited that we'll be able to visit the community here in the evening. Then next week on August 3rd, we'll be up in Garfield, also from 6 to 7 p.m. We'll be at the Garfield Elementary. So I invite the public to join in. The other thing I wanted to share was that I know Mr. Montgomery from El Paso Electric had noted their event around their electric vehicle showcase that was at the Thomas Brannigan Library on Saturday. I was able to participate along with our Assistant County Manager, Jonathan Macias. It was it was way more attended than I thought. I think we had counted over 100 people were in attendance. We got to speak not only for El Paso Electric, talk about their initiatives, but some of the things we're doing with the City of Las Cruces and Doñana County around our fleets, what we're helping do with the community. So I was excited to participate with that and really excited with the turnout and the questions that were asked by the community. So, but that's, just wanted to share that. I know right now we're getting to 10 o'clock when we're having an issue, I know, with our screens at the moment. I don't know if there's any objection, but I think we can probably get that addressed if we take a 10-minute break at this point. So I'll ask that if there's no objections, we take a 10-minute break. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we can't handle the consent. I was going to ask you for the break prior to coming to the financial portion because there's a lot of information there. That way other people don't have to be waiting here.
The concern I have is that we have a presentation for the SCRTD coming up, and so without the screens in front of us, it'd be hard for the commissioners to see what's being presented.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we'll take a break. We'll reconvene at 10 after 10 a.m.
on behalf of the United Advisors. How are you today?
he needs to. Yeah, do it now because Commissioner Ellens will have to leave at noon. Or do you want to go out? Yeah.
All right, it's 10:17 a.m. I appreciate your everyone's patience. We just for those extra 7 minutes. All right, we're on to agenda item number 1, which is the BOCC regular meeting minutes for July 12th, 2022, and the special meeting minutes for July 19th, 2022. Were there any concerns or adjustments to the meeting minutes? right, so if I can get a motion and a second for approval of those minutes?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Chaparro.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Reynolds. All right, any public input? All right, Brandy, can you call the roll on agenda item number 1, please?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Those meeting minutes are approved. All right, we're on agenda item number 2, which is a presentation on the South Central Regional Transit District's annual report. Mr. David Armijo.
Good morning, Chair. For the record, David Armijo, Executive Director for the South Central Regional Transit District, and good morning to everyone, Chairman Sanchez and the Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity. So, looks like those are still not working.
No, we've got, I think we've got our presentations. They're loading up now.
I have it on my phone. If I need to, I can.
Yeah, we're good now. I think we were all seeing it on our screen. So.
Okay, good. Thank you. And once again, good morning. Looking forward to this opportunity to present to the Commission. For those folks in the audience or people who may be following this online through WebEx, the history of the Transit District goes back quite a few years. We're one of 4 transit districts in the state, created back in 2003. 2006, the district for this region, which encompasses Doña Ana County, Otero County, and Sierra County, was formed. The actual operation of services did not begin until sometime in the summer of 7 years ago in 2015, when the first 5 buses were ordered from funding that was secured from the legislature. And we've since been able to secure on an annual basis money from the legislature, so they've played a strong partnership. As you might recall, those first buses were sitting out front about the fall of 2015 until we had those moved. We didn't begin service until February 2016. Let me move on to my first slide. There we go. So what I wanted to focus on with the annual report, which is a requirement of our bylaws and the state act that created the district back in 2003, is that we do an annual report. Now, annual reports are done in a lot of different ways. I see a lot of really slick ones. They're really cute. We don't have the resources to do something that much, so bear with me. I did provide a PDF. There's a longer report of the documents that we provided. But for this presentation, there'll just be these 4 areas I'm going to hone in on. The first, of course, will be the fiscal year record ridership. And ridership has always been an issue since the establishment of the district, and we've done really big work, especially during the pandemic, to grow the ridership. Talk a little bit of what is in the service plan, what's coming in the future, what do we have now. Fleet plan, we're actually now looking at electric buses. I'll go into some detail on that. And then we've now begun receiving new urban funding. I'll talk about what does that mean for the district. So we talk about ridership. This graph actually depicts the ridership by route. We're still counting ridership by driver. They actually got them some counters this last year because the numbers were growing. As you can see from left to right, from July of last year through June, ridership was averaging about 5,000. We grew a little bit. If you go back to a year ago, June 2021, we were a year from the pandemic. Ridership did drop a little bit during the pandemic. We did reduce some service because of school closures and a number of activities, but we kept most of our service going because, quite frankly, we don't offer a lot of service. So it was in our best interest to keep that going. We struggled, like everybody else, to hire and support and keep people, as well as keep the buses flowing. But as you can see, by staying in the moment, we were able to grow the service. We had also just come off of a 10-year service and financial plan that the county commissioners, the SCRTD board had just passed. So we were following that, and that included some service expansion in 2022. So we went ahead with those plans. And as you can see, as the ridership grew throughout the year, we began in the early part of this year pushing upwards of 7,000, even 8,000 rides. So now 77,000 rides for the year. The fiscal year, or what we call the NTD, the National Transit Database year, ended
in September of last year, for the 12 months before that, we did over 61,000. I'll show those numbers here in a minute. This also breaks up, you can see where the ridership is. So our yellow route and our silver route, silver and copper are the two newest routes. Those have been fast growing, but between those, they carry about 50,000. So about 2/3 of our ridership is really in the southern part of the district, all the way down to Sunland Park, Santa Teresa, connecting into El Paso's west side and El Paso's downtown. However, the red route, which is a kind of a stable route in the center of the system between Las Cruces and Anthony, did grow by about 2,000 rides last year. So that's growing very well. We've seen really good ridership growth. The turquoise is up over 2,000 for the year as well. So going into Chaparral, we're really getting some really good ridership. So I'm anticipating these numbers for the NTD year, which will end in 3 months, actually 2 months from now, will be about 85,000 rides. And so I'm hopeful that next year, with some things I'll talk about, we could be getting very close to 100,000 rides a year.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ellens?
tell me again, where do the blue and copper routes go?
So the copper route is our newest route. It is actually a gateway route. It begins at the Doniana Village, where the Greyhound bus line used to be, stopping at the Pickwick there, which I think that's even changed. I think it's a Circle K now. So we operate service through that community, working our way into, from the county all the way over to the high school, coming in along the major arterial. It will eventually come down into the Move It Center here in downtown Las Cruces. So that's a shorter route, although it does connect from there and continues on into Old Mesilla. So it comes into the Mesilla area. And so that route runs every hour of service. It's fairly new. Ridership is still very, very low. But if you look at the green route, which carried over 4,000 rides, that route is only about 2 years old. And so that route started the same way. So it just takes about 18 months, 24 months for these routes to really begin to grow. And we anticipate the copper, which connects to a lot of the Roadrunner routes in Las Cruces, as well as it provides service into an area of Doniana County, very close to where the senior center is, and the post office, that whole area out there, that would probably get more ridership as time goes by.
And when was that route
It
started?
began in first part of last year, so it's been about 12 months. The blue route actually is our special services route. That actually, if you look at those early numbers, 129 and so on, those were the migrants we were carrying under contract to El Calvario during that period. El Calvario, I believe, has obtained a couple of vans, is actually doing the service themselves, which is fine. We're happy to help them when we could. So we also, I think the 98 for June is the students in summer program in Mesilla during this last month. We've been carrying them a couple of times a week. And actually what's really been good is we've been using our copper route. So we're actually recording that as a different route, but it's actually on the copper ridership. We could just switch it over. But either way, it just shows that there's other ways of measuring those special trips that we do.
So is the blue route the on-call route?
No. Well, in a way, actually, I guess, Commissioner, you could be right. It would be an on-call route because we do schedule those as special trips on an all-call basis. So they're very specific for a particular period of time, yes.
Because, we've had a constituent in Picacho Hills that has for years begged us to institute a on-call route.
Commissioner, that is correct, and then I hope I'm not wrong on this, but I know that we had two constituents. We did run that service a little over a year ago, and both constituents passed away. And so that really brought the service down. And in fact, we modified the on-call at that time to be the copper route. The copper was the prelude on that was an on-call.
All right. So the husband passed away?
That's my understanding. I can check my records and get back to you individually if you'd like.
Presumably, then, you haven't received any calls lately.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did follow up with her spouse on that. Let me move on. So year over year, the difference in ridership growth was 45%, which actually is 24,000 plus rides. I don't expect we're going to have that kind of year again. That's because we don't have new routes that are going out other than modifying some routes or doing some things into 2023, 2024. I would think our growth will be much more basic, maybe within a 10% margin. I think that's about what we're averaging right now.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Ellens?
What percentage of your income is from the fare box?
That's a very good question, Commissioner Ellens. The current fare box recovery is zero. The county provided a 3-month stipend for us as a sponsor for free fares. We took it upon ourselves to wrap up the summer, July and August, coming out of the Transit District's fare box. So there's no fare box right now. I will actually show you on this grant award, if I may. This does reflect our fare box when we still had fares. Every year, the New Mexico Department of Transportation gives a grant award. In fact, I just got the contract in my email this morning for roughly $1.5 million of that. The majority of that was coming from federal funds, the rest coming from local monies that are matched between the county and the transit district's membership fees. So just to get through that, there are 7 categories that they measure for us based on our performance. And it includes fares. In this particular case, if you go down the ranking, we were ranked number 4 in the state among 23 operators. We carried 61,398 people during the course of the year, and that put us number 4 in the state. At the current pace we're on now, we're on track to be number 2 when we get awarded next year. Maybe, I think we're another year away before we can get to number 1. What does that mean? Well, actually, what was interesting about that is that we carried 11% of the people of New Mexico with only 4.5% of the fare or revenue, which means we're very productive. So if you drop to the last item, which is funding distribution index, we're number 1 in the state. So we're number 1, and I like to say if you look up at things like cost per passenger, cost per mile, we're number 2. But we're also that way because we don't have a lot of administrative costs. There's really only 4 administrators out of the 30 employees. Certainly almost everybody either drives a bus or fixes a bus. So that's really good news, but it does create some challenges for us, especially as we're continuing to go after more federal funds and grants and whatnot. But I will put these numbers up against anybody. Probably the one that's most important is third from the bottom, which administrative operating budget, 100% expended. So whatever money was available, we spent it. Now, you wouldn't think that would be a big issue, but actually 2/3 to actually almost 80% of the other agencies do not. And some of that is just because of administrative challenges that they all have, and they're small. We're actually not as small as some of those agencies. So we had to work at getting to that. We were in the 90th percentile for a number of years. Finally, we reached 100%. I give credit to Adam Shea, my finance director, for getting that taken care of. Any questions on this?
Any questions? Nope, doesn't look like it.
Fleet planning. One of the things that's always challenging in the life of an organization, even after 5 or 6 or 7 years, those buses that you saw parked out here 7 years ago, they're now approaching 300,000 miles. They were hoped to go to 10 years, but the actual mileage you'll know is somewhere between 250 and 350. So we're now actually reaching the end of life for some of those vehicles. And it's been very challenging to keep those things going. Partly it's because they're gasoline powered. Had they been diesel powered, they would have lasted closer to 500,000 miles. We're going to take what was probably a mistake and make that a positive. So I've submitted already for 1 grant for zero emission electric buses 3. I'm meeting later this week with the folks at the El Paso MPO, and I'm going to show you a map of that in here in just a minute, for an opportunity to get tied into one of 3 on-call grants in which we could get more of these buses. The first item on that list, of the 23 operators in the state of New Mexico, we are the only one to submit a zero emission bus plan. And I will tell you that is a hell of a hard time to do. I wrote a lot of that myself. I did bring on a contractor to help with that. Our group on that project includes the El Paso Electric Company, and I'll tell you, without their engineers, I would not have been able to submit the plan. Just no way. The engineering for that was well beyond my staff or effort. The Mesilla Valley MPO, specifically Michael McAdams, helped us with the maps and a lot of the other documents. That zero emission plan is on our website if you wish to look at it. It's 35 pages long. Has a lot of really good information in there, especially on the issues of showing some of the poverty levels that we have in our community and how the southern part of the district, down in Santa Teresa, Anthony, and Sunland Park, and so on, and the unincorporated areas are a critical part to it. So we have 2 grants that we're pursuing, and we hope to get as many as 6 buses in the list. in the zero emission plan, under the current planning, we would be able to replace the fleet and have a fully electric fleet within 10 years. Now, if we get this on-call that I'm after this week, that changes that. And it could accelerate our time to maybe 6 years, that we could actually have all the buses running on this. And we're doing this with 2 different vehicle types. The vehicles you see there, that's a larger bus. We do have some 35-foot hybrid electric Gilligs. Those buses have a much longer range, and I can get a minimum of 225 to 250 with electric. That's been confirmed. Those normally get 350. Actually, I can get about 450 on those right now. But yes, we can get the miles we need. The ones I'm looking at in my discussions this week are mid-sized buses. Although they're smaller, they don't have as big of the tanks for electric right now. They are continuing to evolve those, and so those will get me so closer to about 115 to 160. I've been able to do the planning so I can get those vehicles to work through their life blood for that day, or at least AM, and then be refueled during the course of the day. So we think we can replace our fleet over the next few years. So that's a huge project for us, and we're continuing to do that with the El Paso Electric Company. We will qualify for some grants, and some of the costs for the fuel stations will be picked up by that. And then last on that list will be the Sunland Park facility, because it's the closest to it. It's just down the street from the power plant for the El Paso Electric. So we're in a very good location. They're even talking to us as we can acquire the entire facility of Sunland Park. We might actually make that a fast fuel station, which could be used by other businesses in the area, which include Sunland Park City, as well as some of the maybe private operators. Service plan. Well, the primary goal of any service plan is keep the buses you got going. So we got plans for that. We do have, because the service has evolved, we have an audit that's coming in this fall from the state of New Mexico. They've already given me some insights that they most likely think that my route that's down in Sunland Park that goes into El Paso will probably be the route that they're going to identify that we need to put paratransit service out there. So I'm in the process of applying for a grant for that, which is due in September, and I've got some meetings with the El Paso MPO as well. Fortunately for us, the El Paso district does provide some operating and capital funds for paratransit type programs, whereas the state of New Mexico only provides money for capital, not operating. And so this will become a process for us to look for the future. All these things cost money. So I am here to tell you, and I have advised previously, we've been working, and thank you for the letters that we got from the county, and you, Mr. Macias, you helped us as well. That has turned into the number of 698. That's what we ended up working out, and that's a number we get every year going forward. So we're looking at getting about 700,000. When you match it up with local money, it's about 800,000 a year that can be provided in this service area. Now, the service area is outlined in blue, which means unincorporated Doña Ana County. It means Chaparral, it means Anthony and Sunland Park, as well as Santa Teresa. I think this will make a big difference in what we choose to do as far as putting future service plans up into the industrial park, which I think becomes a priority over the next maybe 2 to 3 years. In addition to this funding, we just for the very first time received an agreement from the state of New Mexico for $49,000, a very small amount of money, but that's for the Las Cruces area. And so what's really important about these numbers is this is something that we were not taking advantage of for a number of years. And a lot of this money that's in the first line of attack, the 698, for a number of years, about 8 years, a lot of that money was going to El Paso because there wasn't an operator in this region. When I do the meeting for the on-call later this week for the CMAQ, which is air quality money for the southern part of New Mexico, it either is going to go to the state of New Mexico's highway for roads and whatnot, or it's going to come to us for transit. So that's a discussion that we need to have in the future. What a lot of this means is that as we've leaned on the county as a partner to us for funding, that's been very important to us, especially for local match. It will help us with these other grants, but it also puts us in the position that as we start to look at our long-term plans, what are the other things that we can do in transit as a partner to the county? I think those are discussions we might want to have in the near future. Other things that the residents are asking for right now are bus shelters. We asked for money for that. We didn't get approved. We did put some shelters out last year, but we barely started with that. We hope to renovate the ones that are down in Santa Teresa. Some of those, in fact, one got removed last week because it's falling apart. So now we have to deal with those type of issues too. So even though we're not that old of an agency, we're inheriting older things, and we got to manage those while we're still growing and going forward. So this brings an end to my presentation. I hope this was somewhat illuminating to you as the kind of challenges that we have going forward. But we're really at an interesting time, and I think a lot of the partnerships that we get, and I noticed earlier today when we were talking about Employee of the Month, we get a lot of support from the county, and I do say that when I come up here. There's a number of county staff members that help, and I can certainly make a nice list of that from time to time. I do share that with the county manager. We have a long ways to go. I think in the end, we've been rushing over the last 6, 7 years just to do what we're doing. At some point, we need to do a timeout and talk about what is it that we're not doing, or what is it we could do, and how do we partner as we go forward and work together. And I know we're doing a lot of that, but it's all being done somewhat organically. So I'll leave you with that, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Armijo. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair.
So let me go Vice Chair Murillo, and then I'll go to Commissioner Chaparro.
David, on the grants that you're going to apply in September, which entity is it applying to? You're applying to?
If we're talking, thank you, Commissioner. If we're talking about the ones we're applying to right now, the first one is the electric buses. We've already applied for that. The one I'm working on this week that's due in by September is the paratransit. That's the 5310 section funds. It's going to be very competitive with the folks in El Paso. But fortunately, I think we have a good leverage in that. I'll have some conversations with the staff and get a sense of, what can we do. There's only about $900,000 for capital and $900,000 for operating for each of 2 years. So the question is, where do we want to go with that? We are behind, and I didn't say this at the beginning, we're behind in getting fleet buses right now. And I know some of the commissioners that have been in my meetings probably have heard that because I've mentioned that before. We are still 2 years into the pandemic. We are behind. We ordered buses over 2 years ago. We have not received those. I was able to work the system and get a couple of buses in the last few months and a couple of vans by interesting means of working with the Department of Transportation in New Mexico. And I just did another one this week where we're now ordering 2 more buses that were already in the queue, but different group of buses. So we're taking advantage of ordering this time off of the Oklahoma state contract because the New Mexico contract doesn't have that. And I've been working with contractors. We bought one of our vans through Los Angeles because we couldn't get the van here. It's a 15-passenger that we're trying to use for our van pool program. It's a very interesting time right now. Getting vehicles has still not gotten any better. So even as we talk about our fleet planning, there's some delays. Ironically, the electric buses are coming online. And so we actually might do better getting the electric buses than trying to buy other buses. So that's the balancing act we have right now.
Thank
you. Mr. Chair, sorry. Commissioner Murillo, did he answer your question about who he's applying to?
El Paso MPO. I'm sorry. Maybe I can give you a name.
No, I already know El Paso MPO, but when he said paratransit,
okay,
from El Paso
because I didn't hear that.
It was 900,000 capital and 900,000
operating.
Operating. Okay.
Plus or minus.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. David, I have 3 questions for you. They're all tied together, and it's regarding the bus shelters, which I'm very happy you brought up because it's been very warm lately. Yep. So how many do we have at present? How many are needed? And the approximate cost of each bus shelter?
Okay, thank you. We received a grant 2 years ago from a $30,000 grant from the AARP. We matched that with some funds. When you're doing shelters, you're doing 3 things. You're doing right-of-way, you're doing pads, and you're doing the shelter. So the cost of the shelters average anywhere from $4,000 to $5,000 a piece. The pads can be anywhere from $1,500 to $4,000, depends on who's working you on the system through permits and things like that. And then the right-of-way is always a challenge because sometimes we're dealing with the state, sometimes we're dealing with local cities. Of the shelters that we have, we include benches. We have a total of 36 right now. that we have in the service area. Of that, there's only about 5 shelters. Majority of those are benches. That does not include the Sunland Park shelters, which we're still finishing our inventory on. I estimate there's about 18 shelters there. So overall, in the entire system, we have about 23, 24 shelters. That's not very many for an area as large as ours. Especially now under the NTD, the way they report measurement, we do 115 square miles of bus service, which is comparable to the 50 square miles of bus service that Las Cruces does. So we have a much larger service area. And of course, the county is a lot larger than the city with its 3,400 square miles. So, those are interesting numbers, but they all play into what we're trying to do. Other questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah. So how many shelters would you estimate you actually need?
How many what?
I mean, for budgeting purposes, how many shelters do you think you absolutely need? How many bus stops do you have, I guess? Is that 1,000, 800?
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. I asked for $46,000 from the state this last year, which would have included about, that's only 12 shelters. So we have a long ways to go. I mean, we're ultimately at some point going to need virtually $1 million program to do the kind of shelters to do countywide to get there. So the question is, it's a little bit of a chicken and egg. So I've got buses that are old and I'm trying to replace. I'm also trying to take advantage of electric and opportunities to do that. I'm trying to maintain the certain levels. Our funding levels are pretty okay, but these new funds will make a big difference because the funds coming in from El Paso can all be used for capital if we want, or some of it for operating. So that would give us some edge, but that money can only be spent in the map that I showed you, the southern part.
So how many bus stops do you have?
Bus stops? It's just over 300 right now.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was still thinking of shelters. There you go. And if I may, Commissioner Reynolds, we are replacing the bus stops with new signs that are much better, and we're going as we go. We were able to get the turquoise route in Chaparral done this past year, and we got parts of the southern district down on the purple route, and the green route going up into Hatch. So we still have several more routes to do. But as we do that, we are adding more signs. So that 300 is going to grow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Let's see. What's the best way for us to be able to get feedback for constituents on requests? And the reason I'm asking is because I know one of my meetings, we had a student that was attending NMSU, and he was saying, and it just happened to be the green route in this case. But I guess because of the timing of it, the last buses aren't late enough to where you get someone that comes out in the late afternoon, they miss the bus. And so I don't know, like I said, if that's something that can be addressed or at least have a discussion with, what's the best way for us to have that, maybe constituents reach out and provide feedback directly on routes?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Sanchez, Chairman. That's a very good question. So I'm going to give it, there's multiple answers. So one of the ways we get feedback is, of course, direct. People call us, but that's very limited in today's world. We actually get a lot more feedback through our social media. So Facebook, perhaps linking us to your Facebook page or whatever is a good way to go. We also do random surveys. We did those when we did the 10-year plan. It's now been almost 2 years. So we do those on the bus. That's your best, quickest way to get feedback. But you're also getting feedback directly from the ones that are using the service, which is perhaps what you want. So there's a lot of different ways to do that. I've recently done some ads in the local Observer or weekly paper to try to get some feedback there. Didn't do very well. So we try different things at different times within our budget to see where we go. So I'm certainly open to suggestions, but one of the items might be to do a campaign. And that could be done, because you have a very solid social media campaign here with the county. It could be done in concert with ours and see what people have to say. Okay. To answer directly, we did look at that because I just did the route. So 2 parts to that answer. One, some of my operators and staff have said, well, we don't really need a later trip. Well, because they want to go home, so they only want to stay longer. I'm trying to add more service. I found there's right now roughly 3 round trips on that route with an extra trip in the morning heading outbound, so it's 3.5. Most of the bus lines do better when it's 2 round trips in the morning, 2 round trips in the evening, and you do go a little later. Our services tend to run until 6 or 6:30. That's where the problem is. And it's a long haul all the way back to Hatch, and then perhaps the day head back out. So it's a problem for us. We certainly need to add one more trip. I think it would be helpful.
Okay.
To more than one rider, I think.
Kind of dovetailing into that, because I think the other question was, and I think this goes into the shelters piece. I know, like in specifically Doña Ana, where there are projects with the Department of Transportation, and I know this might be, it's hard to say without the DOT here, but one of the discussions has been specifically on Thorpe Road. Is there any opportunity to look when an MDOT is doing projects throughout the county, that if they're going to be installing sidewalks or doing any of these improvements, that the SCRTD can work in concert with them such that a bus stop could be created or something like that, where a shelter, basically the pad would be created, you would just then be able to have to put a bench or a shelter as such?
Well, absolutely. I think we'd be certainly supportive of that. We'd also love to have an opportunity in major projects where there might even be some curb inlets or curb cuts, so the bus can pull over and get off the road and then make their stop and then go back on. I think that's one of the things that I would like to look at, in the future. The on-calls that we're getting, like this CMAQ one we're doing, is so focused on improving highway and roads relative to air quality or transit. It's now allowing us the latitude, and that'll be a discussion I'll have on Thursday, to put things up like shelters. Why not have shelters in that as an opportunity if we could get funded? But I'm not sure that they're going to see that as an air quality benefit.
Yeah. And then the only other question I had was, I know you mentioned the program with the county to do fares from April to the end of June, and you're continuing that. When you are taking fares, what type of payments do you take, and what kind of time, I guess, when you're looking at it, how long does it take for each transaction? Is there any benefit to possibly looking at working within the member jurisdictions of the SCRTD and, maybe looking at that there's maybe a time savings there to make you all more efficient to go fare free, say something similar to what the Albuquerque bus services did?
It's a very good question. We use diamond fare boxes, so it's a simple passive fare box. The money goes in the box and that's it. Las Cruces and Sun Metro and El Paso, they'd use more electronic fare boxes. The electronic fare boxes can now run between $20,000 and $25,000 a box, and several thousands of dollars to manage the software, to count it. We don't want to go in that direction. We won't have that much revenue. I think our revenue last year was about $44,000. So the question then would be, can we do something off the bus? And so we have been working with a company called Movell, and there's several others, that will allow you to buy your script on your phone and just show the operator that you've got the pass. We think that's the best way to go. We don't want to create another system to do all those things. So we're in the process of putting a bid out. We're inviting some of the other agencies, because quite frankly, they don't have that either. We think that there ought to be some kind of a system throughout this area where everybody can get on any bus and just use that. So hopefully we'll be able to get some support.
Okay, thank you. And I think, just the comment is, I think where whatever we can do, I know I'm not on the SCRTD board, that distinction falls on Commissioner Allen's. But what I, want to continue to see is that the SCRTD continues to grow in terms of ridership. And I think that, wherever we can find ways that you can either advertise, make it easier for people to use. And I'm just guessing, I know that wasn't a question I asked, but I know when you look at the ridership numbers, where there was the last 2 months, May and June in particular, when there was those free fares. I don't know if that's the major contributor, and you can comment to that if you'd like, but the ridership increased, by another 20%. So, I don't know, like I said, if that's the reason, then maybe that's something we look at, but how do we continue to get those numbers up? Because if we can make public transit more accessible, not only is it in a time where gas is $4 to $5 a gallon, it just makes all the sense in the world that this is the opportunity for us to push this, for people to know that it's there, and make sure that they understand that this provides access to services. I know that was one thing we talked on when we did the Green Line. You have access to all the health centers, Ben and Archer, the community centers, the VA Center, NMSU, Memorial Medical Center, Mountain View. I mean, that's been the whole thing. This is where public transit can help the public.
Right. I was smiling because in June, while the numbers are going up, typically the numbers start to come down in June and July, are the slow numbers of the year because all the students are out and all the people are on vacations and whatnot. We are getting students riding. I think some of the interns are actually taking advantage of the program. I know our interns are using that to come to work for us through the program that the county's sponsoring. I think what's happening is that typically the numbers would have been lower if it hadn't been for the free fares. So I think the free fares does make a difference. We'll have to manage that as we go forward. But on the other side of it, if we're moving towards some kind of electronic fare meeting, which we're talking something that could happen within a year, that's going to offer us a greater opportunity to go forward. So, we're making progress. I think a lot of people know that we're out there now, and I think that was always an issue at the beginning, and we're still kind of working against that as far as taking advantage of more opportunities for people to ride the bus.
Yeah. All right.
Good.
Any other questions for Mr. Armijo? All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Allen?
Fernando, am I correct in knowing that we pay an annual membership fee to the authority?
Yes, that's correct.
What have we generally been
That
paying?
fee plus the subsidy that the county provides.
Yes.
How much of an annual membership fee have we been paying in the past?
I think last year it was $42,000.
And what are we paying now?
The request is for it to go up to $52,000, which we didn't anticipate or budget. But we did jump the overall subsidy from $711,000 to $823 or 25.
Well, it strikes me, given the subsidies that we provide, that an increase in the membership fee each year is not called for. Thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Mejia.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Take care.
All right, now we'll move on to our consent agenda. This is agenda items number 3 through 7. Are there any items on the consent agenda that Commissioners would like to pull for separate consideration or questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens?
I'd like to pull item 4 for separate discussion.
Okay, item number 4. Are there any others? All right. Not hearing or seeing any, so if I can get a motion to approve agenda items 3, 5, 6, and 7 on the consent
So
agenda.
moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Murillo, seconded by Commissioner Allens. Is there any input on those consent agenda items? Public input? All right, Brandy, will you call the roll on agenda items 3, 5, 6, and 7?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay. All right, so we're on agenda item now number 4. It's the award a contract to Art of Hearing Therapy Center, LLC, for law enforcement mental health therapy services in the amount of $169,000. If I can get a motion and a second to begin the discussion.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Ellens.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Reynolds. All right. Sheriff Stewart. Good morning. So I know Commissioner Ellens, you had pulled, this. Did you have specific questions on the agenda item?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. What
I didn't know if you had specific questions for Sheriff Stewart on the agenda item.
My questions are really directed to the county manager, but the sheriff can speak to it if she wishes.
What, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, is there a question? I'm not sure. Well,
I'm curious about the bidding process when this was sent out to third parties to bid on it.
well, yes, it went through the RFP process through county procurement.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ellens, the item was bid properly. In my discussions with Mr. Bullard, our purchasing agent, is that the solicitation went out and there was only 2 responses to it. And there was an evaluation committee, and I think that that's part of the packet. You might want to look at page 49 of 200. It does give you a breakdown in terms of the assessment and the evaluation. My discussion with Mr. Bullard suggests that there was a notable difference in the quality of the information or the response, which merited the difference in the overall scores that were given. And again, the item is before the commission is because the value of the contract exceeds the county manager's authority to approve.
So you're satisfied that the bidding process was properly conducted?
Yes, sir, I am.
And there
That the
was
bidding
no
process was
and there was no
appropriate.
personal bias with respect to any one bidder?
I would not know that particular issue, but there certainly wasn't from Mr. Bullard's perspective. I don't believe that he knew either of the candidates. I believe that one of the candidates has been under contract before, may have had certainly a knowledge of the department, but that's not a disqualifying factor.
All right, in that case, I move the acceptance of item 4 on the consent agenda.
Are there any other questions? I know we already have a motion and a second for the agenda item. Are there any other questions for the sheriff? Okay.
Thank you.
Any public input on agenda item number 4? All right. Brandy, will you call the roll on agenda item number 4?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Chaparro, sorry.
Wait, I didn't have my microphone on. And just a reminder for myself, didn't this commission vote that we would support the sheriff's department deputies or anybody included in the sheriff's department, whether it's civilian or officers, to be able to access mental health services without cost to them?
Yes,
Is that what I'm remembering?
I believe that's correct. That was part of our approval of this year's health plan. And there was about a $400,000, $500,000 increase in that cost that we approved.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So thus, my follow-up question, if that's already been approved, then why is this additional $169,000 needed? I mean, I've read through what was presented to us and the 2 RFPs, but shouldn't employees of the sheriff's deputies department, whether they be deputies or civilians, be able to select their own medical provider? We're providing the insurance, we're providing the coverage. This seems redundant to me.
Sheriff Stewart? Sorry.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner. Okay, I'm unsure of what you're speaking of deputies getting free medical or free mental health. I'm unaware of that.
With the county's health plan is that we had provided, I know this was with something that input we received from your department, was that we provide free, the mental health services treatment would be 100% covered under the county's healthcare plan. And so I know that was something that we approved so that all employees, that's now mental health I believe it's all employees. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, and let me just, perhaps Sheriff Stewart will remember a conversation that we had related to, I think it was Senate Bill 11, which was what the county wasn't required, but the county commission made a determination to eliminate the copay. And we were on a discussion, I think Robin was on the discussion, Senator Steinborn was on the discussion. So later, the commission took action to put more money into the health plan in order to ensure that, and it wasn't limited to first responders. It's basically all county employees wouldn't carry that financial burden any longer. I think that that's what's being addressed.
Yeah, I think I just wanted for clarification. I think that's the question is, if that's being provided, is there a need for the peer support program?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
And I should say, I apologize, Commissioner Chaparro, that's what I think we're getting at, right? Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, that was an entirely different issue, and it was for all county employees, I believe. We had just brought it to the attention because of this legislation that was passed. This is actually something entirely different. Crisis intervention is an issue across the United States, how we respond to calls involving people in crisis. As you may see, in every publication on every newspaper in America is becoming quite the issue. So for us, we did receive a $350,000 grant in order to not only train our people in crisis intervention techniques, but also to begin to look at how we respond, our department, to people in crisis. Now, you are aware that grants cannot supplant, right? So if we have someone doing this kind of thing and this person is doing it on a current contract to help us move toward a organized method of response to people in crisis, we could not supplant those efforts in terms of coordinating, directing, obtaining best practices across the United States to assist us in not only fulfilling the grant requirements, but also to moving toward an actual response to thinking about, on a larger scale, how do we do this? What does it look like? Because I don't know if you're aware, but there aren't many successful or actual programs in the United States to even think about doing this. You notice the city of Las Cruces is going to have some plan through their fire department. That's a response. So we have begun looking at that. Now you'll note that that's the second bullet point on your attachment. The first one was to expand current peer support programming by developing internal wellness. There's also something called a debriefing following crisis episodes within our own ranks, correct? So you are probably aware we've had 3 encounters in about 8 weeks. We are beginning to run debriefings for every single one of those. Those require a higher level of training. Number one, they require a certified licensed therapist to head those programs. And then we must develop a team of our own to begin to debrief in critical incidents. And by the way, it isn't just officer-involved shootings, it's baby deaths, it's tragedies of various topics which we have in our current policy. So you can see that and by the way, we have a grant that's more of a consulting grant on the peer support side from International Association of Chiefs of Police. So we're trying to coordinate that effort to meet those parameters. So what we looked at when we have a current contractor she was able to provide a certain level of this, but we're having to move into a much more expanded, broader phase of development and program management. So when we looked at it, it was, whether it was Art of Healing that submitted or whatever submitted, we needed to up that contribution of a contractor. So it was written generically to discuss these topics. So the mental health co-payment and EAP through the county, that's something entirely different.
Thank you, Sheriff Stewart. Commissioner Chaparro?
I have another question, and quite frankly, Sheriff, I received so many calls on this. This is one of the issues that throughout my time on the commission has been brought to my attention by not only county employees, some within your department, and constituents from the mental health area, and just regular constituents. Another question for you, I understand there's already a critical intervention debriefing system in place that's provided free by the state.
It is, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, it is provided free. We have had an issue because we've had so many. You'll noted that there was crisis and loss of life in northern New Mexico just in the last time period. We were only able to get 2 to respond to our last debrief. So know that they are volunteers. Subject to call is sometimes very difficult. And then we were competing with, statewide incidents. Now, would that always be the case? Perhaps not. But we've really realized that some of this just needs to be brought home to our county and to fit our needs here. While that's a great resource, it is dependent on volunteers. So that was our challenge even recently.
Thank you. And it was also brought to my attention that there is already a group that was established maybe 2 or 3 years ago that was peer support, and a lot of those therapists, counselors are ready and willing to help the county form a team and not be paid for it, that they're willing to come forward as volunteers. And just to give you a little bit of background, I'm very aware of the drug court program and the team that was established there, and they had members from the community, the DA, PD, counselors, therapists, judges, the county. It was a great team, and it worked very well for peer support. And this started back, I believe, and Judge Macias, correct me if I'm wrong, pardon me, County Manager Macias, correct me if I'm wrong, you were part of it as well. Then that commenced in 1999, and this particular drug court won national awards. And so I'm thinking maybe forming one of those teams where you have input from different members of the community, such as the different counselors, the DA's office, the PD's office, to help with this response to mental health crisis, because it is a big crisis throughout the nation. And I think the more people on the team, the better we'll be able to address the concerns in the community, instead of just having one contractor. And $169,000 is quite a bit of money.
Well, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, part of this position is to network with those entities. So we're involved with the LC3 Collaborative. We're involved with resilience leaders. Pretty much anywhere we can have a foot, CCJC, we're involved there. We pretty much are everywhere this discussion is taking place. The issue for us is we can get input. We have to create something, though, internally. So I don't have the human resource, that is captains, lieutenants, sergeants who have this expertise. So I guess we get input fairly fairly regularly. But we have to have a way to bring it to the table for us to make it workable. Is this going to be something that we resolve in a year? You have said yourself, this has been on the table or talked about since 1990s. Well, here we are. And my position is, let's move forward. Let's start thinking about being in 2022. Let's start leading the way and not following the way. We are probably one of, just anecdotally, 25 agencies in the United States that are even thinking about this proactive move, even thinking about it. So I think you're absolutely right. And we get input very, very routinely from a variety of sources. And the person that won this contract has been doing this in our county for about 18 years. So there is also that network, that ability to reach out. This person isn't going to, and probably has no intention of operating in a vacuum, if you will. This is definitely a collaborative effort by this county, but we have to have something that that works for our agency and works for how we're going to respond.
Thank you. And I need to correct something. The drug court is not on the table. It's been effective since 1999 and is still functioning at a very effective level. So it's not on the table. It's in use and maybe reaching out to the members of the drug court, because why reinvent something that's been working since 1999 in this county and throughout the nation?
Well,
and it does address the points that you're requesting, developing wellness programs, responding to those in mental health crisis, and those people involved with the drug court and throughout the community have been addressing these particular issues that I'm aware of since 1999. So perhaps pulling in these volunteers that can help you form a team and help address these issues instead of reinventing something that's already established. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Sheriff Stewart, I did just have one question. I think it comes up with the crisis intervention training and just understanding. I know, I think Commissioner Chaparro brings up, I think the point of how do you, working with the different groups, and you brought up working with LC3 and the different local providers. How can we work together and making sure when we're looking at crisis intervention training that it works together with our crisis triage center? Because I know that's one of the things we're looking for is mobile crisis units. But obviously, I think, when there's a crisis response, DASO or our Doña County Fire and Emergency Services are those that respond. Is there a way with the new 988 that we can continue to work together? Is there a way that you see how this plan, this contract can work on trying to integrate with those services we have with the county and 988?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, 988 is a state program. So my understanding of that is those calls are being siphoned off to the state, to either state personnel or state contractors. They're not coming directly to our county. So that said, we're not interested in forging a path on our own. We're interested in bringing together all of these various ideas that the drug court is certainly successful. I don't know that that speaks directly to a crisis intervention response. I don't know. It doesn't. It seems to me that's a different phase of the contact with the public. But, there are a lot of really great ideas that get floated around and some of which get used as crisis triage. But there's not much coordination. There's not much bringing together these sometimes disparate and sometimes contradictory theories and proposals. So I'm not answering your question well, but what I want to point out is we're trying to bring this information, these entities together that makes it work for us as a first responder to people in crisis. That's a challenge, how the PD will do it and how, Sunland Park does it and Hatch does it. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I know we need to do something. We need to be proactive in this. And you bring up the drug court. The first year I had a civilian advisors, and one of my very supportive individuals is Mary White. So I'm very aware of the drug court and how it works. And Mary was a great resource to us the first year. And mind you, this is an ongoing process. This isn't something we just began thinking about this year. This has been something going back to 2019. And in my own experience, 25 days into my term, a deputy commits suicide. I've been pretty committed to either our own crisis response and how that looks to the public. Because one thing I do know about law enforcement after about 44 years of being in and around this business is if we treat our people well, they will treat the public better. And it's a real straightforward concept, but sometimes making those things happen, as you know, that's the challenge. The devil's in the details.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff Stewart.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, we'll go Commissioner Reynolds. Okay. Commissioner Owens.
I share Commissioner Sanchez's concerns about the triage center, but I'm going to ask the question in a different way. What is the department's current policy regarding referring people in custody to the crisis triage center?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, if they ask to go, which some do, when we contact them, we drive them.
So this is a change from a previous position of a year or two ago?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, it's not different. It's just the point is we don't get too many requests from the public to drop. We've never been opposed to dropping a voluntary request. We're talking about protocols that are more specific in terms of a response. So for instance, if I believe they have 12 chairs or beds, okay, something straightforward as, are you full today, needs to be reported to dispatch so that we know when we do get a voluntary, for example, that we need to have Plan B. It's those kinds of protocol details that we continue to await.
If the legislature were to pass a bill mandating referral, whether or not the person in custody is in agreement, would you then refer them automatically regardless of whether they want to be there or not?
And Sheriff Stewart, I'll hold on a second. And I think Commissioner Ellens, I know we're getting, and I appreciate, like I said, I think I'm going in that direction. I just don't know that we're being the agenda item that we're under discussion, which is the contract. I don't know if we're getting too far off the topic and specifically on this.
Mr. Chairman, there are a couple of things that I would ask that you allow Ms. Michaels to supplement some of the information that's been provided.
Okay, and this would be, but would this be in I guess directed at the contract with the Sheriff's Department, or?
It's directed to the conversation that we're having.
Okay. Like I said, I think I just didn't want to go too far off the agenda item here, and I know, like I said, I think I would love to have the discussions, and I think that's where I think Commissioner Ellens was. I'd like to have that discussion to continue on and seeing how we can continue to use DASO, working in concert with what we have, the other services. I just didn't want to get too far off the agenda item and create any type of Open Meetings Act violation.
No, because we're not taking action on any other item other than the contract itself.
Well, I know, and that's what I'm saying, but the discussion is starting to go on, I think going on a 14-day center and what protocols would go with DASO, not the agenda item in discussion. I think, at least I think that's what I understood Commissioner Allens was asking, was protocols for the use of the services. You know what I mean? Like I said, I think that's where, I think where I was going with it, I know, is we're training our crisis intervention, doing the CIT, we're training our associates, our law enforcement officers to use it. How do we coordinate that with already what's going on in the county? I think that's where I was trying to get to. But, I mean, like I said, I don't know, Mr. Gooden, do you think going on talking about, were we going too far off topic on this agenda item?
Well, Mr. Chair, the item is to approve the contract. If these are issues that directly relate to whether or not the commission wants to approve the contract, I guess that's relevant. But really, it does seem to start going a little bit far afield. But, I mean, if those are the issues the commission needs to determine whether or not they're going to approve the contract, that's part of the discussion. But the item is for consideration of the contract itself, not necessarily how the crisis triage center is operating or how other aspects of the mental health issues within the county are going to be addressed.
Okay. I don't know, Commissioner Allens, if you can do it within the scope of the contract that we're reviewing.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just based on what I'm hearing, perhaps tabling this to another day so that every commissioner may have their question answered, not only regarding this contract, but how it affects other parts of the process that we're having in the county. And if there's questions regarding the crisis triage center, then perhaps those need to be answered before this can be voted on.
Commissioner Reynolds, I know, did you have any comments at this point, or? I just want to make sure I saw it.
I have a bunch of things going through my head. I don't know if the comments are going to work. Okay. But I would like to say I've talked to other organizations about the similar problems. As a matter of fact, because of my involvement with the 911 MRVDA, being the chair of the board over the last year and being a part of the board for the last 2 years, I've actually had conversations with the city fire department and the sheriff's or the police chief's department about how they deal with some of these things. And one of the conversations I had with the fire chief is not Fire Chief Cherry, but the city fire chief, is I said, what are some of your problems that you're facing in the department? He said one of the biggest problems he has is actually unrecognized PTSD. He said someone comes up on an accident where 3 kids are dead, laying out on the road, and they're hit by a drunk driver or whatever, they deal with it. I mean, it's a crisis. They're there at the site. They're dealing with it immediately. But when they leave, at the time, they don't recognize the impact it's had on them until sometimes 6 months to 8 months later. And I said, what kind of problem does that cause you? And he says, well, it distracts them, one thing, from being able to do their job. It puts them at risk because they're distracted. And frankly, it's unique to emergency services. It's not something that he can get them to talk about. He said, yeah, I tell them they can go get services at whatever, psychologists and all that. He said, but we really struggle with just getting them to admit that they have problems, and I'm seeing a head shake from her. Anyway, lost your name for a second. I'm sorry, Miss Michaels. But anyway, Miss Michaels, I mean, I don't know that this is the right solution. I agree that peer support is absolutely necessary and needed. I don't know if the crisis center is actually qualified, the one we have, to deal with this kind of PTSD, because this is something that lays dormant for years. And I got to tell you, it's a unique situation that I'm not comfortable with dealing with. I have no idea how to do it, but I do know that it puts all of our citizens, our officers, and everybody at risk. So if we, the board, are aware of a peer support group that will solve this problem without spending money, I'm all in favor of it.
Well, I think,
But to be honest, based on what I've heard from other organizations that I'm dealing with recently, this is something that almost has to be created specifically for the organization and the culture that we're dealing with. And that's just all I understand, and I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, just for clarification, I believe that where the Crisis Triage Center, my question was coming in is the second bullet item. We have two items that we're looking at with the contract. One is peer support program. The second was going to be the crisis intervention training. And that's why I was saying where, with the crisis intervention training was how will that kind of dovetail with what we have here in the county. So I just wanted to clarify, like I said, I don't think, I understand, and I think what I feel is that providing additional services to our law enforcement officers, not just within, basically peer support program is just another, I don't know if the right word to use is, or the saying is that it's another tool in the toolbox that they can use for their mental health services. So I think that's where I see the peer support program.
I think one of the appropriate questions at this point is, do you have the money in your budget?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, yes, we do. We would not have gone to RFP without this money being available to us.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens?
I move the question.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor, so I guess we'll ask Randy. We call the roll.
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
No.
Commissioner Vice Chair Murillo? Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right.
I'm going to put you on the...
We're on agenda item number 8, which is to approve the naming of the Superfund remediation facility at 163 North Cottonwood, North Las Cruces, New Mexico, the Pascual Rodriguez Jr. Griggs Walnut Groundwater Plume Superfund Treatment Facility, subject to approval by the Las Cruces City Council. Man, that was quite a mouthful there.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So we're all familiar at this point with the Las Cruces, the Griggs Walnut Superfund project. It dates back many, many years. As part of that process, the city and the county, they've been collaborating on this project for the entire time. And one of the things that has been done as part of the collaboration and part of the cleanup of the Superfund area is a water treatment facility was built. It was built with the city and county working together. There were loans obtained. There was some, I don't know, I think there may have been some capital outlay money, but there was the city and the county together created this treatment facility. What they do is they pump water out of groundwater wells. They run it through this process, and it removes the PCE from the water, and then they put it into our water supply, and we sell the water. It's pure water. It's cleaner than most other wells that are coming out at that point. And so we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary of this. In September 1st of 2022, they will be celebrating 10 years of the operation of this facility. And the City Utilities Department they want to go to the City Council and name this facility after one of their longtime employees who recently retired, that being Pascual Rodriguez Jr. And attached to the agenda item was kind of a background or a resume of him and some of the work that he's done with the city. And so, however, before taking this to the City Council, the Utilities Department at the city wanted to have approval of the County Commission, subject still to the approval of the City Council for naming this facility after Mr. Rodriguez. And so that's what we're here for today, is just to obtain that approval, and we would then send that to the Utilities Department. They would attach that to their agenda item to when the city considers this. So we're not naming the facility at this point in time. It would still require the City Council to be in accordance to agreed to that changing or to the naming as well. And so that's basically what we're here for today. We do have with us here today Adrian Widmer, who's the Assistant Director of the City Utilities Department, who's worked with Mr. Rodriguez for the last 10 years or more. And so if you have any questions, she's here to answer those as well. But that's basically what we're asking for today, just for recognition of a longtime employee who's provided a great deal of service to the city and the county throughout his career, which extended over 25 years.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. Are there any questions on the agenda item from the commission? No? Not seeing anything. So I guess if I get a motion and a second for approval.
So moved.
Move.
Second.
Sorry, was that Commissioner Chaparro? Okay. And then seconded by Commissioner Ellens? Okay. Any public input? Not hearing or seeing anything. Brandy, will you call the roll on agenda item number 8?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay. All right, we're on agenda item number 9, a resolution approving Doña Ana County's fiscal year 2021-2022 fourth quarter financial report ending June 30th, 2022. If I can get a motion and a second for discussion for approval to begin discussion, please.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Chaparro. Second, was that Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Dawood.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Asma Dawood, Financial Services Director. Today, we will go over the FY22 end-of-year report. We ended our fiscal year on June 30th, and in this report, we would show the total revenues and expenditures for the entire fiscal year. We'll also go into some detail on departments based on recommendations from the Commission last year. And we have to submit the fourth quarter report to DFA end of July. This slide shows all revenues from different sources. It includes both general fund and others. What we can see is on the first column, we have the FY22 adopted budget. So when we started our fiscal year in July 2021, this was our budget. Our revenues at that time were $213 million. During the year, we had made budget adjustments. The bigger ones were at mid-year in January, and then on July 12th, when I came before the board to do the year-end adjustments. So the second column represents our adjusted budget, which is at $263 million. The third column, FY22 year-end, is our actual revenues that were earned in all these categories throughout the year at $201 million. And then the last column shows the difference between the adjusted budget and actual year-end. So gross receipt tax and equalization, GRTs came in higher than budgeted. On July 12th, we had made the adjustments to the year-end to reflect, and it's reflected in our adjusted budget. Property taxes came in $1.34 million higher than budgeted. Fees and service charge were also above budget. This includes detention center, $10.6 million, utilities, $1.75 million, and the franchise fee for $2.25 million, including El Paso Electric, $1.9. In miscellaneous, the biggest item is the PILT, payment in lieu of taxes, which came in at $3.5 million over budget, and also it had the GRT settlement for $1.2 million. The taxes here are for gas and flood, and they were $0.49 million above budget. Investment income, penalty, and taxes were close to what was budgeted. And in state distributions here, we have the EMS and fire distributions. The grants, as you can see, we have not expended yet because these are multi-year grants. So when we received the award, we budgeted for the entire grant period. So during FY22, $39.5 million was recorded as revenue on the grants. The fair value adjustment is for accounting purposes. We are required to adjust investments to market value. This does not reflect actual losses. So by the time the investments mature, they would have recovered. So if we remove the grants and fair value adjustment, the total revenues we have Received is 168 million, and what we had adopted budget was 147 million, so it was 114% above our initial budget. On the next slide, we will discuss the revenues only for general fund, so which is a portion of this total revenues. In general fund revenues, property taxes, as we had mentioned previously, came in higher than budget by 1.34 million. In gross receipt tax, the ones which are either restricted or designated are not shown here. Here we have the first 1/8, 1/16, and hold harmless GRTs. Miscellaneous includes a PILT for 3.5 million, that also came over budget, and the GRT settlement for 1.2 million. Fees and service charges includes a franchise fee, including El Paso Electric, 1.9 million. Penalty interest and investment income is close to what was budgeted. Grants in general fund is the BLM grant and the FEMA COVID grant. The fair value adjustment is again for accounting purposes. It does not reflect actual losses. Here, if we remove the grants and fair value adjustment, our revenue would be 100.5 million, and the budget would be 89.4 million, so we are at 112% above the original budget. Next, we will show the expenses for all different funds, including general fund. So our original adopted expense budget was 250.8 million. During the year, we had made some adjustments, and we were at 289 million. Our actual FY22 year-end expenses are at 174 million, and the last column shows the difference. We did make a minor adjustment between capital outlay and state distribution, which is reflected in this final presentation. So again, personnel costs and operating costs are highest expenditure categories. Both of them were under budget. In personnel costs, it was due to vacancies and employee turnover. Capital outlay here includes the roads initiative 3 million, flood 1.8 million, fire 703,000, and fleet 955,000. So some of the capital outlay expenses would be carried over to the next fiscal year as the projects would be completed. Debt service is for GEO bond series, the NMED and MNFA. In grants, again, here we are showing budgeting it for the 100% of the grant, and we spend it over several years. So the actual spending on grants in fiscal year 22 was 32.4 million. So again, we can see that our expenditures were well below our adopted and adjusted budget. Next slide, we will look specifically at general fund expenditures. Personnel and operating costs are the highest expenditure categories, and they were both below budget. In capital outlay, in the original budget, we had IT and facilities. During the year, La Union flooding emergency fund was added, Misquit transfer station monitoring wells, and BMX track construction. So some of the capital project outlays will continue into FY23. The grants under general fund were BLM illegal dumping and New Mexico Department of Health vaccine costs. So next couple of slides that we have, we will go over the expenditures for each department. This was a recommendation last year when we had done this presentation. So we would go over the elected, first there are 4 slides for general fund, elected officials, administration, community services, public safety. Our 5th slide would be a summary of all departments, and then we have a slide for non-general fund departments. So here we are discussing the elected officials. So under the Sheriff's Department, there was 2.3 million or 10% under budget. The biggest portion, 1.67 million, was for salaries and benefits, and 623,000 was for operating. In the clerk's budget, there was 549,000 or 8% under budget. 175,000 was for salaries and benefits, and operating made up 374,000 of that difference. The assessor's office was 188,000 or 8% under budget, and this was for salary and benefits. Treasurer's office was 73,000, 7% under budget. 57,000 of that is for salaries and benefits. In the commissioner's budget, there were 22,000 under budget. The memberships were budgeted at 121,000, and what was paid was 115. So the difference there is 7,000. Also, travel was budgeted at 25,000. The actuals were 9,500. So there was 15,000 savings there. So it's all operations. Probate budget was about 17,000 under budget, and that's also related to operations. Next, we'll move on to the administration departments. The county manager's budget was 2 million under budget, and so during the year, 1.6 million was added for La Union flooding purposes. 83,000 was added for South Central Transit District to assist with rising fuel costs at mid-year. The 2 million which was not used is made up 151,000 for salaries. The biggest portion is the emergency fund, 1.6 million, and then 250,000 for operations. Risk management came 1.46 million, 25% under budget. It was due to several items: law enforcement, liability insurance, workman comp coverage, general liability, and litigation, which came in under budget. Information technology was 163%, of which 154 was in operations. Human resources was 543, or 19% under budget, of which 113,000 was for salaries, 431,000 for operations, of which more than half, 225,000, was for retiree insurance premiums. Finance was 161,000, 6% under budget, of which 139 was for salary savings. Legal was 491,000 under budget, of which 227,000 was salaries, 264 was operations, most of it was professional services. Public information is 141,000 under budget, and that was related to special projects and image and branding campaign, which they will pick up in FY23. The county auditor was 21,000 under budget, of which operating was about 5,000. Next, we move on to general fund community services and public works. Community services was, community development was 419,000 under budget, of which salaries and benefits accounted for 338,000. Animal control was 770,000 under budget. Their salary and benefits was 452,000. 318 was for operations, which included contractual services. In facilities, they were 671,000, or 12% under budget. The biggest portion of that is the capital, 596,000, which are the core district design, the library construction, radium spring improvements. The capital projects will continue in the FY23 fiscal year. Vector control is the only department which went 19,000 over budget. That was due to salaries and benefits. But since there are so many general fund departments which had salary savings, the 19,000 was easily absorbed. Fairgrounds is 79,000 under budget. There is a cracking ceiling project for 33,500, which would be done in FY23. Utilities, again, is 105,000 under budget, and it's for salaries and benefits. So now we are on the fourth slide for general fund departments, public safety. Fire was 240,000 under budget. Salaries and benefits made up 176,000. OEM is 54,000 under budget, of which 45,000 was for salaries and benefits. Now we'll show a summary of all the general fund departments. So overall, we had budgeted 70.9 million. During the year, the adjustments were done up to 74 million. The actual amount spent in all the general fund departments was 63 million, leaving us 10.9 million from the adjusted budget, or 8 million under from the adopted budget. The non-departmental general fund budgets includes the GRT admin fee and the environmental funds. Next, we will look at the other departments, which are non-general fund. Detention was 3.6 million under budget. 2 million was for salaries. Operating was 1.1 million, and capital about 500,000. Utilities was 18.9 million under budget, primarily due to grants. Flood commission was 13.57 under budget, again, primarily due to the grants and capital projects, which will continue in the other fiscal years. Fire excise tax was 5.97 million under budget, and that includes capital for 5.6 million. The capital is for Anthony Fire Station, trucks and vehicles on order, which will be carried over to FY23. Healthcare assistance or indigent fund was 854,000 under budget, and most of it was operating, 812. Safety net care pool payment was 300,000 less than budgeted. Road fund was 854,000 under budget. Salaries and benefits accounted for 471,000, and grant projects 274,000. Health and Human Services is 421,000 under budget, of which salaries accounted for 254,000. Fleet is 1.7 million under budget, which is mostly made up of capital. There are water trucks, power brooms, and F-150s, which are on order. Assessors fund was 281,000 under budget, and that is made up of operating expenses. And Jetport was 113,000 under budget. Operating was 85,000, and capital 28. So on this slide, we have a recap for how we performed during this fiscal year FY22. So our beginning cash balance was 152 million. During the year, we earned revenues of 201, and our expenditures were 174 million. With some special revenue adjustments, our ending cash balance is 183.35 million. So we started the year with 152 million and ended the year with adding and ending at 183 million. And that has been the trend in the last several fiscal years, that every year, although in our budget we do show that we would dip into our reserves, our revenues and expenditures are well above, our revenues are above expected and expenditures are below, and we end up with adding to our cash balance. So this fourth quarter report is due to DFA on July 31st. And in addition to that, we also have our FY23 final budget. So should I continue with the next presentation, or are there any questions for the fourth quarter presentation?
I believe we'll have to vote on this item separately before we move on to the next item, so for the next year's budget. But are there any questions on the fourth quarter financial report? Not seeing any. Any public input? All right. Well, then, Brandy, will you call the roll on agenda item number 9, please?
Commissioner Ellens,
He had to leave. He'll be joining back via phone, but at the moment he's absent.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That does have a resolution number. That number is 2022-41.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, we're on agenda item number 10. It's a resolution adopting Doña County's fiscal year 2022-2023 final budget. If I can get a motion and a second for approval.
So move.
Moved by
Second.
Vice Chair Murillo. Second by Commissioner Chaparro. Okay. Ms. Dowd, you can proceed with this one.
Good afternoon, Asma Daud, Financial Services Director. So now I would be discussing the proposed FY23 budget. We had presented the preliminary budget on May 24th. It was approved by BOCC and submitted to DFA. In this presentation, we would focus primarily on the differences between the preliminary and the final budget
in revenues and expenditures, look at the budget overview, recap, use of reserves, and our timeline. So our preliminary budget had a revenue of 216 million. In our final, we are proposing 224 million. The difference is 7.9 million. Most of it is made up of grants. 7.7 million is for revenue in grants, which includes flood, engineering, DASO, and community development grants. In addition to that, PILT, we are increasing it by 105,000 based on the actuals that we received in June this year. And court security, we are increasing it by 78,000 from 173,000. It would be increased to 251,000 based on the new contract. The next slide has the changes in expenditure from preliminary to the final budget. In the preliminary, our total expenditures were 287 million. In the final, it's 298 million. The difference, 10.9 million. The biggest portion, 9.3 million, is for grants. Other than that, for operating, the increase is 238,000. That's for Fairgrounds crack ceiling project. Bunker gears for 9 firefighter positions, and assistance with grant applications, that's for roads and IT. The adjustment in capital in process is 514,000. That's for adjustment to district court design, Radium Spring Park improvements, vehicles which have been on order, detention, energy efficiency project. For the new capital, the request is 686,000, which includes the OEM facility, which was approved by the BOCC for 351,000. The South Central Waste Authority, Colonia's match for 285, and DASO video storage for 50,000, which was requested by the department at the preliminary meeting. In the adjustments in state distributions is 206,000 for law enforcement protection, fire, and EMS. The grants adjustment in expenditures for 9.3 million are for flood Gardner Dam, community development, LIDA and Elks Drive, and engineering Santa Teresa overpass. This shows a county-wide revenue. So the first column shows the preliminary revenue budget, which was approved in May. The next column has the final proposed, which we are proposing today, and the last column shows the difference between the two. So in revenues under miscellaneous, there is an increase of 180,000, which is made up of built, 106,000 based on actual, and the court security contract, 78,000. In grants, the difference is 7.7 million. That's for revenues for flood, engineering, DASO, and community development grants. Moving on to county-wide expenditures in million. Again, the differences are in operating costs. There is an increase of 240,000. That's for fairground crack ceiling project, bunker gear for the 9 new firefighters, and grant application consultant, 150,000. In capital outlay, there is an increase of 1.2 million from preliminary. That's due to the items which were approved. These are the district court design, Radium Springs, fleet on order, detention project, OEM facility, the Colonias match, and the DASO video storage. State distribution, the 207,000 difference is for fire, EMS, and protection fund, law enforcement protection funds. In grants, the biggest difference is 9.29 million. That is for expenditures related to flood, community development, and engineering grants. This slide shows the budget recap. So we began our fiscal year with 183.35 million. This is the same amount which was presented in the fourth quarter report as our ending balance. The budgeted revenues are 224 million. The budgeted expenditures are 298 million. That brings us with an ending cash of 109 million. DFA requires us to keep a reserve on general fund expenditures, which is about 20 million. So that brings the adjusted end balance at 88.74 million. The last column shows the use of reserve of 73.94 million. However, as we have seen in the past, we do not have been dipping into our reserves. In FY19, our ending balance was 94 million. In FY20, it was 105 million. FY21 was 152 million. And FY22, we just ended at 183 million. So every year we have been adding, we have not been dipping into the reserves. However, on the next slide, I will show the use of reserves and the breakdown. So FY23 budgeted revenues are 224 million and expenditures 298. With the difference is 73.94 for use of reserves. The restricted funds are 61.24 million, of which grants accounts for 42.5 million, fire excise is 7.9 million, flood commission 5.91 million, fire EMS 1.7, detention 1.5 million. Capital in progress is 6.73 million. It includes the items approved in the preliminary budget, plus the ones which were listed in this presentation, the district court, Radium Springs, and vehicle. The new capital request is 7.55 million. This includes the capital items in preliminary budget, plus the ones listed on slide 5, which are the OEM, South Central Colonias match, and DASO video storage. If we take out the restricted funds and one-time capital expenditures, our recurring revenues exceed our budgeted recurring expenses by 1.58 million. Our timeline for submission of the final budget to DFA is July 31st. They would approve it by first week of September, and we would be ready to publish our budget book by end of September. Please let me know if you have any questions about the proposed FY23 budget.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Macias.
May I also add that this does not reflect all of the revenue that is going to be coming in from this past legislative session. It doesn't reflect any potential grants that the county is going to be awarded. Your budget really for next year is going to exceed notably over $300 million, the largest budget ever in the history of the county.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And I know that's good for us to note, and I think it's pretty amazing to think that that's the enormity of this budget. So, are there any questions on this final budget? Mr. Macias, and I know this won't keep me from the final budget. I know from approving, it's more of a request. And I figured since we have at least four of the 5 commissioners with us at the moment, one of the things I would love for us to possibly look at, is for the commissioners, is it possible for us to look at this year exploring the possibility of adding assistance that would work for the commissioners? I look at Bernalillo County that has assistants working for each commissioner. I look at Santa Fe County that has, I think they call them constituent liaisons. I know we have our constituent services team. However, like I said, I look at some of these other Class A counties where they have this practice in place. Is that something that we could possibly take a look at? Possibly even look at something in conjunction with NMSU and their School of Government, and seeing if there's a possibility of developing a program where that could feed and provide some, opportunities for having us have assistance. And I know the reason I bring it up in this discussion is because I could foresee this having to modify the budget accordingly if we were to do something like this. But
Mr. Chairman, certainly there is the room to accomplish what you're requesting. Let me suggest to you that it's not without it sounding the wrong way, it's not a novel discussion. The county certainly had that discussion when it originally created its constituent services office. At that time, there was a determination that it would be an office that requests would come into rather than individuals being assigned as assistants to the commission. There was reason at the time, and it has come into play in other locales where the assistant to a commissioner is their services are being utilized in an improper manner. And issues related to the relationship between the commissioner and the assistant working directly for them. So this was to create a kind of a buffer. That's why requests that come in, they normally come in through the county manager, but they can also come in through constituent services, who then responds to the individual commissioners without specific assistant being assigned to the commissioner. But really, it's the pleasure of the commission in terms of how they'd like to go forward and whether or not there's justification for each each commissioner to have an assistant, or for them to there be a pool of assistants again to be able to assist commissioners as a request come in to them. It's a question as to is there enough work to keep them all busy, 5 individuals? The history has been somewhat mixed in the past, and I can tell you that discussion previously occurred, and the commission at that time said, well, let's create constituent services. But they created 5 positions, and honestly, there wasn't enough work for them.
Yeah, and without a doubt, I mean, I'll say our constituent services with Susie Cordero and Liz Reed, without their help, I mean, I know I would not be getting as much accomplished, because you're right, I know they do a lot. And it's probably, they probably, and that's understating what they do. I think what I look at is, if there's things I would like to, if I'm looking at things with policy or doing some more research and doing those types of things, that's something that may not specifically fall into the constituent services banner or umbrella. But, given that, how do we work on those pieces of it and try to continue to, help augment and help us along with that. And I know, like I said, I know you do a remarkable job. Constituent Services does a remarkable job. I think it'd be, having that one person that can do some of these, do research and investigation. I think that's where I look at where you're talking, can we utilize 5? I don't know the answer to that, and that's why I wanted to explore it. But, what I could foresee is something with NMSU and the School of Government and working with maybe a fellowship in conjunction with NMSU, call it an internship or whatever, similar, just on a higher level with those that are specifically looking and, to go into government, and this gives them some level of experience. So maybe there's something joint that might even offset some of the costs that we have for the county. But like I said, I know this is, like I said, in terms of the final budget, I don't have any specific questions. I'm good with it. It's just something I would like to explore in this year's budget to see if something we can look at.
And certainly we can look at different options for you, including costs associated with the different options.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's a lot of research and investigation that I would have loved to have done, had somebody help me with. And it takes quite a bit of time to do that. And with at least 3 of our members pretty much having full-time jobs, it'd be nice to have somebody else take the time to do some of that research for us. So whether it's 2 interns or 5 interns or whatever we can afford, I still think that the board could absolutely use somebody who would report to us and help us with some of this stuff. Because I don't feel comfortable asking constituent services to do my research for me, and I think that having our own group to do that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Okay. So sorry to take us a little sidetrack on like I said, on this, but is there any other questions on the final budget? All right. Not seeing any, so any public input? All right. Brandy, will you call the roll on agenda item number 10?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
The item does have a resolution number. The number is 2022-42.
Okay, thank you, Brandy.
Thank you all for staying for the whole meeting, most of it.
All right, so now we're on, we're here on agenda item number 11. It's appeal of the condition of approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission for a zone change requiring the applicant to provide erosion and dust control measures for grading without a permit located at 130 Tornillo Flats in Chaparral. Before we begin, let me ask, I know it's been a couple of hours since we took a break. I don't know, is there any commissioners ready to go or want to take a break? Okay, we'll continue on. Very good. All right, Ms. Ainsworth,
Thank you.
if you wouldn't mind raising your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under a penalty of law?
I do.
Very good. Please continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an application, it's an appeal to an application for rezoning that was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission on April 14th, 2022. The Planning and Zoning Commission did approve a request for rezoning from T2 to T3 with conditions. The applicant is requesting, the applicant submitted an appeal specifically due to one of the conditions. And while it's not possible to just appeal that condition, he did go ahead and submit an appeal. However, this hearing is de novo, and so the zoning application is before you again for consideration. Specifically, the applicant is not in agreement with a condition that required that he provide erosion and dust control measures within 30 days of the date of the decision. This is a 5.11 acre parcel, which is currently vacant. And at some point, the applicant had grubbed the property, which is in the UDC requires a grading permit. This is the location map. You can see that property there near Old Sequoia Road. Here it is on the aerial, and you can see it's vacant and pretty sparsely developed in that area. There's another close-up, and then the adjoining property right here. Yeah, just a neighbor.
Can you go back, can I ask a question real quick? Can you go back to the previous picture right here?
Yes.
The property north of that, are probably higher up there, is that actually subdivided? Is that what that's indicating?
Yes, that is subdivided. These lines here are parcel lines.
Okay,
and
thank you.
so those are 5 parcels right there.
All right, thank you.
And so you can see the property was zoned T2, and there is T3 in the surrounding area. So the zoning request was appropriate. So just a chronology of events. In November 2022 is when we believe the applicant graded the property to clear it of weeds and vegetation. I don't think that's November 2022. I think that's supposed to be 2021. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So in April of 2022, the Planning and Zoning Commission heard the zone change request for the 5-acre parcel from T1 to T2 to T3. And it was approved 5-0 with the conditions, one of which was to provide erosion and dust control measures within 30 days, and also correct the grading without a permit and submit the stormwater pollution prevention plan to the engineering department. So on May 31st, the applicant, Mr. Juan Antonio Villarreal Sandoval, on behalf of IRA Realty Holdings, LLC, submitted an appeal application specifically for asking the BOCC to reconsider the condition that was placed by the P&Z. The appeal is timely as it was submitted within 30 days of its recordation, of the decision being recorded. So we did provide public notice as required, including mailing letters and having the ad published in the newspaper, signs posted on the property, and the agenda posted on the website. We did receive one letter of opposition, which was in your packet,
And there was also subsequently a letter of support submitted, which I provided in hard copy, which Janine distributed to you when I started my presentation. So those were the only 2 letters that were received. Just the notification area, so you can see where the letters were sent. This is the subject property. These photos were taken just last week after the monsoons. If you look at the photos that were provided in your packet, those look considerably more barren, and that was before the monsoons. So you can see that the vegetation has started to grow back. Just more photos. This is along Tornillo Flats toward the south, and then surrounding property to the east. And you can see there's some dirt that's blown up against that fence over here. This is the photo of the sign that was posted on the property. These were photos submitted by the adjacent neighbors who submitted that letter of opposition. And you can see, the property much more bare. And it's hard to tell, but I believe there were some piles of dirt toward the back of the property. And then during a windstorm, you can see the dust blowing in that area. So just more photos that were submitted, and you can see it. Those piles of dirt, you can see right here more clearly. They're up against that neighbor's fence over there. And then this is photos from their own property where you can see sand had built up on their property that had blown over. And they, according to, information they provided, it because of that soil, some of their vegetation was affected. Okay, so a summary, the applicant did grub that property. Grading is defined in the UDC as any excavation or fill or combination thereof, including clearing and grubbing, which requires a grading permit. Since the applicant cleared 5+ acres of land, this is considered a construction activity. The UDC defines a construction activity as any activity that disturbs equal to or greater than 1 acre of total land area, or disturbs less than 1 acre of total land area, but is part of a larger common plan of development. And so here it's the first one that's being affected. It is considered construction activity since a 5-acre site was disturbed. The P&Z may approve, conditionally approve or deny a zone change with the right to appeal to the BOCC. Approval may be granted with conditions that are deemed necessary to ensure that the purpose and intent of the UDC are met and to mitigate potentially detrimental effects of the zone change to surrounding properties in order to protect the public interest. Staff believes that the condition itself is not appealable simply because that is a requirement of the code. So whether or not that condition is placed, the code is still being violated and mitigation measures do need to be conducted. A grading permit is required because of that activity. So whether or not this condition is placed on the rezoning, enforcement action is still being taken to ensure that that property is brought into compliance. So staff analysis and findings. The property is outside of any incorporated municipal zoning authority, is within Doña Ana County, and the Board of County Commissioners, acting as the Board of Appeals, has jurisdiction to review this case. The request of this application is consistent with the requirements of the UDC, Section 350-202B, General Notice Requirements, 350-203B, Public Hearing for a Zone Change, and 250-216 Appeals. The appeal is timely, as the order of the PNC's final decision was filed and recorded in the office of the county clerk on May 3rd, 2022. The appeal application was submitted on May 31st, 2022. The appellant, Mr. Juan Antonio Villarreal Sandoval, had the entire 5.11 acres graded to clear the property of weeds, vegetation, and desert scrub, which is commonly called clearing and grubbing. The UDC defines grading as any excavation or fill or combination thereof, including clearing and grubbing, which requires a grading permit. Since the applicant disturbed and cleared 5.811 acres of land, this is considered a construction activity. And I already did provide or read that definition, so I'll move on to the next one. Section 350.203D12 states that the P&Z may approve, conditionally approve, or deny a zone change, and also place conditions as deemed necessary to ensure that the purpose and intent of the UDC are met and to mitigate potentially detrimental effects. And finally, staff believes that the conditions placed on the land use applications are not appealable and are deemed necessary to protect the public's health, safety, and welfare, as grading without a permit is a serious violation and ensures the applicant is aware of and will comply with the UDC requirements. So the recommendation from staff is to uphold the decision of the P&Z, which was to approve the zone change from T2 to T3 so that the applicant may subdivide that property into 5 1-acre lots. The T2 zone does not allow lots of 1 acre. They must be a minimum of 2 acres. And with the conditions that the P&Z had placed on the property, for the applicant to provide the erosion and dust control measures within 30 days and also submit for a grading permit and the stormwater pollution prevention plan. Failure to comply with the above condition within 30 days from the decision will result in the automatic revocation of the zone change, and the zoning will revert back to T2. And so before you is this application, which you may approve, reverse the decision, or make modifications. And at this point, I will stand for questions and then have the applicant provide their testimony.
Okay, are there any questions for Ms. Ainsworth? Okay. All right, then we'll have the applicant, the appellant. Good afternoon. If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Very good. State your name for the record, please.
Juan Villarreal Sandoval.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman, Commissioner, and Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. First and foremost, I want to say thank you for allowing me to hear out my case and my appeal. The information that was provided here by Ms. Ainsworth is incorrect. First, if you go, I'll use her own documentation. So here, I purchased land a while back, and I decided to remove the weeds. I was not aware of what the term grading was, but I know what grading is. I've been a developer, and I've developed property, and you level out the floor for slopes, and then you apply a mechanical engineer, or I'm sorry, an engineer to go and do a plat to determine where the construction is going to be to avoid effluent or excess or discharges. I was not doing or contemplating doing any of that. All I did was to remove, and I do have 5.1 acres of land. I removed the tumbleweeds. I had mesquite brushes. They have grown back again because of the rainy season. But unheard information that was provided, if you go back, so that, there's several claims. Now she's claiming, or it was claimed. Thank you. So that, that I did land clearing on November 2021, but yet the pictures that she was provided date back to 2022. So this was over almost 3 years ago. And I was not aware, I never received any notification, any complaint whatsoever from the commission or anyone. And my only intention was I purchased land before. I sell it or rent it or lease it. And in this particular 5-acre parcel, my intentions were just to start clearing, and then COVID hit, so I had to put a stop to it. But the report that she just provided to you shows that there was, land clearing on November 2022 on the first bullet point. But then she, the report that she's providing with pictures, date back to November 2020. So then which one is it? there was no malice or intention, especially to violate any such code or at all. My only intention was to clear my land. That's all. When I applied for a zoning change, it was then that I came to the hearing, and then all this information, particularly the dust, for example. And with all due respect, but if none of the commissioners or commission members have ever been to Chaparral, you'll know that Chaparral is a desert, just like probably most of Southwest. And the claims and the discontent was that somehow dirt from my property was going over to somebody else's property and caused damage. Again, I never had any intentions to violate any regulation. All I wanted to do was clear my land. As I was granted conditionally the zoning change petition that I made, the only requirement was to install an SWPP, which is a stormwater prevention pollution plan. And I was wondering, what is the stormwater prevention pollution plan? And I went and read on on the website from the county, and it says that this is applied when contents of the SWPP shall be in accordance with requirements for effluent limits and the conditions applicable to New State Department of Environmental Services, which says a general permit for discharges from construction activities that is effective at the SPP is submitted to the county. Then the site map or ECP is required by a CGP shall consist of drawings. So I have to go and consult an engineer for drawings. And then the drawings have to depict the slopes of the terrain of my construction. I'm not involved in construction. And to the extent, apparently if you go now to my property, the bush or the growth is going back again. So does that mean that I cannot clean my land without applying or being enforced to apply an SWPP, which required me to also have a stamped signature from an engineer that says, here's the elevations and the grading. And the grading, by the way, the elevation of the corner lot, whatever. I'm not doing any construction. If anything, I want to put in a trailer and put in a septic tank and put some light. So that's one. My other concern is, and I want to ask each and every one of you commissioners, because you have constituents, are rules or decisions brought to by any one of your constituents that are brought to you before the zoning commission, are they arbitrarily, and are they final? Does nobody have the right to appeal? So whatever the decision is, are your constituents supposed to swallow it and say, this is, I disagree, but I cannot appeal a decision? Is that your understanding of how the process works? And it's a question.
Well, I know this is, I think you're asking us a question, but I think at this point, this is you.
Yes. So it's rhetorical, because I would think that as a constituent, if I go before a zoning and make a petition, and whether it's denied or granted conditionally, that I would have the right to appeal. And so then I went through the process of requesting an appeal. It was denied to me on at least 3 or 4 occasions by Mr. Luis Casillas. And even after the decision was made here, I was not satisfied. And I think I have a right to disagree. And my discussion with him was, well, I don't disagree. I don't agree with the conditions, because now I need to put in a stamp map from an engineer, and now I have to do this, erosion pollution constraints from when I cleared my land almost 2 years ago. Back then, a little bit over now, and his his statement was, well, I'll give you a form afterwards, within 24 hours. So then I continued on from that day, and he was very responsive first via email because I travel between the U.S. and Canada, and so he knows that I'm always traveling. So he was very expeditious before the appeal. I mean the zoning results. But then after that, I sent him at least 4 or 5 emails, and I never got a response. Then I sent an email and a voice message to Ms. Diviak and addressed my concern, and her reply was pretty much that, I was in violation, so I was going to be fined for the penalties, and that I did grading, and that that I couldn't appeal, and her email states, you cannot appeal this. And so then it was not until I copied Ms. Ainsworth that I actually received an appeal form, which was at least 3 weeks after the fact. So that's a concern for me, because you all have constituents, and regardless of what the outcome is, but I would imagine that they have a right to appeal or disagree, and that there's a venue for them to come and present their discontent. So going back to this, so then that's my rhetorical question, that I would have the right to appeal, and that it's not because of something else that I'm here. But when I look at these pictures, I've also provided the commission, Ms. Diviak, some aerial photos that actually would give you a better perspective of the terrain that we're talking about, but I don't see them here. And I had sent them to you. And so there are aerial photos showing and depicting what Chaparral is, and it's like that, all of it. So then the main argument was that the dust from my property was going over exclusively to somebody else's property. And that was the people that were contending, or the person that was contending.
Okay.
When I look also further into the, let me open my computer. So the ordinance itself on section 1, as far as the activities and things that I need to produce or documents, it says that I need to do a site map for grading. I'm not doing any grading. It also says that I have to have a sequence and timing of activities that disturb soil for phasing, minimizing the amount of distributed one at a time. Controls to minimize the disturbance of channels, watercourses, and steep slopes. Controls to minimize water and wind erosion during construction. Controls to minimize sediment discharges, stormwater. For pollution prevention, measures to minimize the discharge of pollutants from on-site materials and wastes. I'm not involved in any construction event. And this was November 2020. And I have not engaged in any other activity. It was not until this year that I wanted to apply for zoning. And for me, it seems like there's almost I'm not sure what the purpose of that decision is, that I need to implement this, but I would ask the commissioners if you can look at the situation as it is in its truthfulness. There was never any intention to do anything under the table, and for you to remove the conditions. All I want to do is, again, put it in a trailer home. I'm not going to build anything.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Villarreal? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Villarreal. We appreciate you coming in and explaining this, but I do have a couple of questions. You purchased the land in November 2020?
I believe it was a couple of months before.
So let's say, okay, roughly, let's say September then, okay, something like that, okay. September 2020, and you said you've done development before and you travel back and forth between southern New Mexico and Canada. So have you done development in Canada? Is that where you've done development?
Yes.
Okay. Have you done any development in this area before
No,
this?
sir.
Okay. So when you bought the property and you said, I want to clear this land, why?
I grew up here. I have family here. And at first I thought some of the projects that I've been involved with, for example, I looked into like a mobile home park.
Yeah.
I looked into those low-income community residences, but Chaparral doesn't have the infrastructure because there's no sewer, for example. And even a mobile home park, for example, you can do one in Otero County, but in Doña Ana County, the regulations from the Environmental Protection Agency depict that one has to install a wastewater management system, which is astronomically high. So I thought, well, what if I start, I have a 5-acre parcel. So what if, and I own 10 other acres with my family in Otero County, and I can even section them out, and then maybe one at a time I'll put a trailer home, which is what I did on Paseo Real Drive. And, I believe the EPA allows me to even have a minimal size of 3/4 of an acre and then put in a septic tank. And I figure, well, maybe that would be a long-term plan or something that I can contemplate. But there's really very little options unless there is a sewer system.
Okay, but why was the reason you decided, what was the reason that made you decide to clear the land just 2 months after purchasing it? You must have been thinking, I'm going to do something, I have some purpose, and that's why I cleared the land. Because I think that's what the whole thing is. The issue here is
I wanted to put in a trailer home or another trailer there to at least start. So I'll give you the example that I had on Paseo Real Drive at 340, 2 acres. And I put in 2 mobile homes there, 1 in each acre, and I leased them. And I work with HUD, so it was supposed to be, or it was until I gave them the option to purchase, but it was a low-income project. And I figured because you're in Las Colonias and you can probably do something that is, helpful, you don't have to make a killing every time. So I figured I'll start with 1 trailer here, and then since I have for 5 acres, I can then designate another acre for another trailer. And that was something that I thought, but then when COVID hit, I just stopped because everything kind of stopped and the financing was a mess. So it was not until I decided that I had consulted with a surveyor of what I wanted to do, and he says, yeah, but you need to go through a zoning approval. So I said, okay, I'm going to go through a zoning approval. And then this is what happened afterwards.
Okay, so let me make sure I heard you correctly. You said you have actually purchased 2 acres someplace else and put 2 trailers on them recently?
1 acre, 1 trailer on each acre.
Each acre,
Yes,
okay. Sir. And that was in Sierra County or Doña Ana County?
Doña Ana County.
Okay.
340.
Okay. All right, and so that was before you did this, correct, or after?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, before.
Did you have to get any permits to do that before with the 2 trailers?
No, because I just had the land, and the land was already, somebody had lived there, I guess. It was a foreclosed property.
So you didn't have to get a septic tank permit or inspection or?
Yes, for inspection. There was a septic tank already installed. And so then I guess the person that was residing there, they got an inspection done.
Okay, so you bought the property, already had the approval to do what you wanted to do. So you didn't actually go through the process of obtaining those approvals yourself at that time?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
I'm trying to figure out where your understanding of what was required and why you didn't know it before you bought this property.
Sure.
And what would make you think that you could clear the property immediately and would want to clear the property immediately before you understood what you could do with the property? I'm not a developer, but
Sure.
I bought property in several states and done some stuff with it. And I know that the first thing I wouldn't do is clear the property until I understood what I was able to do. So I'm confused as to why you thought, and I'm not trying to be mean about it. I'm just trying to understand what went through your mind to say, hey, let's get this thing cleared so I can get going right away without researching what the requirements were? That seems unusual.
So,
especially from a developer. By
sure.
the way. Yeah.
Well, but this is for all, so I figured I'm going to put a mobile home here, and I didn't realize that I needed to
get permission
to apply or for a permit to remove weeds. I mean, they're growing back again, and that's it. That's the honest answer. The other properties were already cleared. But I mean so I'm answering, Commissioner.
No, I know, and it's actually kind of it's sad in a way for you, because developing here's, I mean, we have UDC code. They don't have it in Sierra County. You could have done all this in Sierra County, and probably nobody would have cared quite as much except for the septic. But over here, we put UDC codes in place specifically for the reason to protect you, protect your neighbors, and protect everyone else as well. I don't even know any advice to give you as far as how to proceed on this, because in order for you to move forward personally, I believe you've got to make sure that to rectify what we have and start with permits as we've applied them. I think it's great that we want to split the land. We're willing to let you do that. I'm not sure, I don't know what you can do with the land being out there and blowing all the dust blowing everywhere, because I see similar problems all over the county, and I'm just confused. I don't know what to tell you personally, but thank you for answering my questions. And as a developer, I would think that you would think about doing more research in advance. That's all, my thought. But that's just me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Are there questions? Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Villarreal Sandoval, I have no doubt that you didn't have an intention to create this problem. But however, we do have problems throughout the counties. And one example is La Union, where people just built wherever they had a mind to, and then years later we encountered a horrific flood where people actually lost their homes and the county had to buy back the property. And so maybe asking a realtor or an advisor before you start subdividing property and selling it or leasing it, because you've said to this commission that you do sell and lease properties. And we do want development. And we want development in the southern part of the county. Chaparral is a place where we want to encourage more businesses and what you're thinking of doing, but to be done in a way where it's not affecting the other property owners, because there's a lot of viento, there's a lot of air, there's a lot of dust everywhere. And again, I say I don't think you had the intention of getting involved and being at this point right now. But we do have UDC codes that Commissioner Reynolds pointed to that we must follow. And what concerns me is those piles of dirt in the back of your property that is blowing around. We have a lot of air or a lot of wind in this area, and it's affecting everybody. And we'd like for every person, every property owner to have a great property, really. And that's where we're trying to get. It's going to take a few years, but if we all cooperate and do things, getting permits, I think we'll be successful. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. Again, Chair, it would be great if Ms. Ainsworth would show you the aerial photos, because, again, I get the impression that there is really not like a clarity of what my neighbors look like, which is exactly like my property. And I'm not building or erecting a construction infrastructure.
I believe, Mr. Villarreal Sandoval, I think it appears like you're what it almost seems like you're contending or having questions about is the definitions that are outlined in our Unified Development Code. Because what I hear is this, when you've been answering questions, is it's not construction. And I think that's what Ms. Ainsworth has just, earlier had indicated is what is considered or defined as construction within our UDC. And then you're saying you weren't constructing, you were clearing weeds. And I think that's where it appears like you're trying to say I wasn't doing construction, but I think construction is defined within our UDC as a specific number of activities. And that's where when you say you were clearing weeds, as per the county's ordinances, it's defined as construction. At least that's the way that I understand it. So I can understand. I mean, we could say, I understand. I think what you're saying is, well, look at my neighbors, look at everything else. And I think we could do that with all of Doña Ana County, right? I mean, we live in the Chihuahuan Desert here. And so, but it doesn't, I don't think it precludes that only certain activities are defined as this only when under certain conditions. So I apologize. I know I heard Commissioner Reynolds, or I don't know, Vice Chair Murillo, if you had any questions.
I do have something else to say. Sorry. When we do start a project like yours and we do start cutting weeds, we actually require developers to put barriers up around the property and a fence to keep whatever the construction material is that they're using and moving and things doesn't spread during the process. So when they're developing 20, 30, 40 acres, I mean, if it gets near another area, we have them put material up along a fenced area to stop their access or their activity from actually impacting the neighbors. And we put that in for Unified Development Code as well. You're kind of at the same thing. You just have closer neighbors and less property. And if you had said, look, I'm going to clear the land and I'm going to put the barriers up, manage it so that wouldn't be able to get to your neighbors, that would have been better, but it still doesn't meet the requirements of you having a permit to do to start that process. So, I mean, the UDC does say because you didn't get a permit, yeah, this is really not something you can appeal. However, that's not put in there to stop you from doing what you need to do. It's in there to let you know that there are certain requirements that we request of people when they're developing any kind of property, whether you're going to put a sewer on it or a septic tank or anchor, your trailers there, that there's certain things that we would like you to do correctly before you get in too far to the process. And I don't know that there's anything we can do to change it because the codes are kind of what they are, and you kind of miss that. And it may be a lesson for you. I mean, I know I've had a lot of hard lessons myself. I've thrown away a lot of money on things I shouldn't have. And I'm sorry that you're in this situation, but I don't know that you've given us a good reason to consider changing the recommendations of our staff. If you've got something we're missing, please tell us, but your actions and what you've told us doesn't support any kind of change to what they've recommended that I can see. Tell me if there's something I'm missing, please.
Well, so the SWPP stipulates that I need to provide an engineer with where the drainage and the water is going to go. But none of that is going, I mean, so that isn't the premise that I'm going to build infrastructure on top of the land, or so then where is the wastewater or stormwater or the runoffs or the pollutants? So where does that come into effect?
Yeah, that's a misconception actually, because in every place that we have arroyos all over the place. And if you get out on your property even and you start moving something that changes the way the water flows, even if it's just moving the dirt 15 feet and creates a different direction for the water to flow, we require that you actually put retention ponds on the property. So what you've done, if I would look at it as an engineer, I would probably say, since you've cleared all this brush now, and when it does rain and when the water does come, which are coming into our monsoon season now, you need to make sure that the water on your land now, because you removed all the brush, you got to make sure there's a retention pond to keep it from flowing into your neighbor's area or going and creating other problems. So that's the grubbing and cutting the weeds and all that. we have everyone that does that actually consider the flow of the water on the land, especially for 5 acres, and you're having neighbors right next door that could be impacted by it. So even just the SWPPP requirement, just for that alone, it doesn't matter whether you're going to build anything or not. If you're going to clear the land, we need to know that you're managing the water and have a retention bond to keep the water on your land. And that's one of the real problems we have here. And I have subdivisions that have been built for 20 years that they didn't do retention plans on, and now there's civil suits between different citizens, next door neighbors, because their water is impacting and causing problems on their property next door because retention ponds weren't done. So, and it's just probably because you haven't thought about this that you're having this problem. But I can tell you, water control, water management, dust control in this area is probably our biggest problem. And we spend millions on it every year. And we just allocated a budget of over $20–30 million to address our flooding problem just recently. And when you make a change like that, clearing the brush, it changes the direction of the water. And yes, that's part of the SWPPP requirement that you understand with an engineer how that's going to impact your neighbors and yourself. So you just kind of got ahead of it. That's all. You just kind of took a couple of steps before you knew what was required. And for that, I'm sorry, but yeah, that's kind of where we are now.
These were the pictures that at least one of them that I wanted for you to consider. That back there is an open pit behind one of those properties. It looks like they have like a mechanic shop or whatever that is, but right behind there. So at the very top, that's an open pit. No, that's not my arrow. Oh.
Hold on.
Okay. Yeah. So this right here is an open pit. This right here, I don't know who, but they did some land clearing, so obviously there's particles or dust. By the way, the winds blow north and south. This is another cleared space. This is my property. As you can see, vegetation has grown again. This is my neighbor's property. These are my neighbor's property. They submitted a letter of support. It's a convent of nuns. They never complained, or I was not aware that there was an issue. This is all open space, all of this. And so that's what I wanted for the commission to see.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Mr. Villarreal Sandoval, when was this photograph taken of your land?
That was about 2 weeks ago.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments for Mr. Villarreal before we open up to other comments? Okay. So what we'll do is we'll take some additional input, and then we'll come back and to you for a final
Thank you.
comments.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll open it up to input at this point. If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Say your name for the record, please.
Neil Rose. I live at 133 Tornillo Flats, directly east of that property. Can we put up the picture that was up there a few minutes ago with the big wide open field in the back? I'll explain to you exactly what's going on there. Back a couple more. That one right there. Okay. The property you see there with the pine trees in front of it, that's my property directly across from his. The big open field you see in the very back, that's the Chaparral Community Center.
There you go, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. This whole area right here, this is a walking path for the Chaparral Community Center right here. Occasionally we get some senior citizens that come out there and walk their dogs and whatnot, but the county clears that property. So I don't know what kind of permit you guys need to clear your own property, but I'm pretty sure you're allowed to do that. Anyways, according to Albert Casillas, we're allowed to clear 1 acre of property without getting a permit. It's once you go over that 1 acre of property, you need a permit. Now, last time I checked, I was a contractor for over 25 years. Ignorance is no excuse of the law or regulations or your codes that you guys have set in place. So here's what I do know. I'm not against this man doing anything he wants to do on that property. It's a free country. I love America. Here's what I got a problem with. I got $1,000 plus worth of damage on my property. Probably more than that, probably a couple thousand. Like you said, you get civil suits all the time. I'm trying very hard to avoid suing this man. I don't want to. If we have to, I'll go there. So it's up to you guys. Just like the last time in April, Chairman, I approve what you guys had set out for him. If he can submit a plan to prove that I'm not going to get any more property damage from his work that he's doing, by all means, let this man do what he wants to do. But I want some assurance that I'm not going to get more damage to my property. He's killed my trees. He's inundated my yard with dirt that he calls dust. And then he says he wants a soil sample done, like the new asphalt road between our properties is going to separate some kind of DNA of the soil or something. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. So as I said back in April, you guys are my last hope. I do not directly oppose what he wants to do with the land, but unless you guys can force him to prevent more property damage on me, I have to appeal or oppose what he wants to do. So, and I have to ask you guys to uphold the judgment that you guys made with planning and zoning. And if he can't get it together, then, you know, that's on him. Okay. So thank you all for your time.
Hold on a second. Are there any questions for Mr. Rose?
I have one comment. I'm not advocating civil suits, by the way.
I know you're not.
Don't misunderstand my comment.
I want you guys and him to understand. I don't want to get involved in a lawsuit over this. I really don't. I don't want to have to clean up my property either, but I'll do it. But on the same token, like, do what you're supposed to, man. Ignorance is...
Sorry, they'll address me.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. As long as everybody does what they're supposed to, I'll be happy, he'll be happy, you guys will be happy, and we'll all be happy campers. So thank you for your time.
Is there any other public input at this time? Okay. All right. Well, I think Mr. Villarreal-Sandoval, I don't know if you have any closing comments before we, I guess, deliberate our decision.
Oh, yes. My comment is, again, I was not aware. I know that we can clear acreage, but I was not aware about the 5.1 or excess of 5 acres. But I don't know if there's anything the board can do to, again, how do I, my question is, I did contact a couple of engineers, and they said, well, if you don't have a project, then what do you want me to stamp? And they've done business here with the county. But so thank you very much for this.
And hold on one second. Commissioner Allens, are you on the line? Okay. I just wanted to make sure if he was there and if he had any questions from the applicant.
He's there. We may have to ask him to unmute.
Well, like I said, if he's Commissioner Allens, I just want to make sure if you're on mute, if you did have any questions. Okay. So at least for now, we can then deliberate do we want to deliberate in closed session and we can have a discussion about this?
Mr. Chair, you are permitted to go into closed session to deliberate.
Do we need to vote and specifically
we
state
would need a
the Open
motion.
Meetings Act?
Make a motion, we go into closed session to deliberate on this.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go into closed session to deliberate under this hearing. Randy, will you call the roll, please?
Yeah, they're not hearing me. I'm having trouble with the connection. I have a quick question for the person who is objecting.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, I have a quick.
You said for the Mr. Rose, the commenter, or the applicant, Mr. Villarreal?
The person who responded.
Okay. Mr. Rose, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you have just storm problems before the land was cleared?
No, sir. We had zero problems before he cleared the land.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Thank you, Commissioner Ellens. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to convene in closed session for deliberation. Brandy, will you call the roll on that?
Commissioner Ellens,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
He stepped away, so we'll move on to the next vote, please.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. I know we have a majority, so we'll count him as, unless he has an opposition, I think we'll count him as absent for this vote and we'll move into closed session. So we'll go into closed session here at 12:57 p.m. We will be back. We'll go to the back room.
Because Commissioner Ellens is participating, you don't want to stay here and have people step out.
That's fine. We can do it that way if that works. Whatever works best, or we can call him on his cell phone. Are we able to do it in here? Stay in here?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's do that.
Maybe he has it, maybe he could send it, but I don't think it's, oh.
But he also said, here's some pictures because staff doesn't know what chaparral looks like. He didn't say to put it in the record or anything.
Ready to go.
Commissioner Ellens, can you hear us?
Do we want to put him on the speakerphone? A lot of blue and yellow today. So we've got a lot of blue and yellow today.
Oh, okay. So are you
the
coming back
tables.
on? Because we're in closed session here in the chambers. Or do you want me, well, we don't have a phone in here.
We have that phone on the back on the Okay, so we'll be back, we're reconvening in open session at 1:19 PM. Let the record reflect that the only thing discussed in closed session was items associated with the motion to go into closed session. So with that, I'll ask for a motion to with these, to approve these findings. Number one, the property is outside of incorporated municipal zoning authority and is within Doña Ana County and the planning and zoning, and that the Board of County Commissioners has jurisdiction to review this case. The request of this application is consistent with the requirements of the Unified Development Code, Section 350-202.b, General Notice Requirements, and Section 350-203B, the public hearing for a zone change. The zone change request for T3 does satisfy the decisional criteria for a zone change, and that zone change is appropriate and is reasonably necessary to protect the public interest. The staff acknowledges that there is a need to cover.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
We do need, coming back into out of closed session, we do need a vote acknowledging that the only matter was what was discussed.
I did make that statement, but I don't think do we need a vote to come back?
Okay. Okay, no, we don't need a vote on that, just the statement that he made.
He said that, but don't we need to come back into open session? Or,
right.
Or not, we don't need to vote on that either?
No, we don't need to vote on that, right.
My apologies.
Never mind.
Okay. So continuing on with number three, let's see, the staff acknowledges there's a need to cover and perfect a previous defective ordinance or to correct mistakes or injustices therein. Currently, the T2 zone only allows for a minimum lot size of 2 acres. If the property was not in a platted subdivision, the applicant would have been able to apply for a claim of exemption, reducing the minimum lot size to 0.75 acres per NMED standards. A T3 designation would allow the property to be subdivided to 0.75 acres under NMED standards. Number four, the zone change is appropriate as there is compatible existing residential development and zoning designations and is reasonably necessary to protect the public interest in providing housing options. Tornillo Flats Drive was paved by the county in 2020, improving road access to the subject property. Number five, the zone change to a T3 zoning district would not be considered spot zoning as a proposed zone change is in harmony with surrounding areas. The size of the development is appropriate for the area, and there will be a benefit to the community by increasing the availability of housing needed in Chaparral community. Number six, the zone change will not be a significant conflict with the comprehensive plan or adopted or approved county plans and amendments thereto, is not in conflict with the following goals and actions of the comprehensive plan and other adopted or approved county plans and amendments hereto. A, goal G2.2 to ensure regulations support the plan requirements. Item B, action A2.2, update codes to provide tools to support an appropriate physical structure. C, G4.1, which is provide marketable and affordable housing. And D, A4.1, zone for 23,000 housing units in a variety of type. Therefore, we have the following conditions that this is approved. Number one, the applicant provide erosion and dust control measures for the prevention of damages due to soil movement from wind, water, gravity, or mechanical means within 90 days from the date of this decision to correct grading without a permit. The grading permit shall be prepared by a licensed professional engineer licensed in the state of New Mexico and will require a stormwater pollution prevention plan, an SWPPP, before anything further is done on the property. And the second condition is that the failure to comply with the zone condition within 90 days from this decision will result in an automatic revocation of the zone change and zoning will revert back to T2. So if I can get a motion and a second for approval of those findings and motion.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Reynolds. I will second the motion. Are there any comments from the board before we? Any public comments? Mr. Villarreal?
Yes, I overlooked. Would it be possible to instead be granted a low erosivity waiver as opposed to an SWPP?
I'm sorry, what waiver?
An LEW, a low erosivity waiver, because I'm not constructing anything, but there's still some measures as opposed to a full stormwater pollution prevention plan. if you would have that in your consideration.
We need to ask.
I don't know, Ms. Ainsworth. What's that? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, I believe if he works with the engineering department and they believe that a substitute is appropriate, then they can make that decision, since they will be reviewing that plan.
So that does not have to be as part of our approval. He can submit that administratively then.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, does that affect our decision? I mean, administratively, can our decision be changed, I guess, Ms. Nelson?
I think the intent's still being done to address the grading. So if it's what would be required, that would be what would be being required for the grading permit.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So I think what I understand then is that that's not something we can accomplish in this decision, but you do have the availability to go back to the community development and make that request and see what happens. Okay? And we can't guarantee that either.
Okay.
Call the question.
Brandy, will you call the roll? And I know, just for the record, I know Commissioner Allens is on the phone here, so as well. So if you call him, I believe he will respond.
Commissioner Allens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
She is absent.
Vice Chair Murillo?
No.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. All right. So that motion is approved 3-1. Okay. All right. Thank you. Randy, is there any correspondence?
Yes, there is one, Edward Walters versus Doña Ana County.
All right.
Mr. Villarreal, we do wish you the best and hope that this works out in a good way for you. Okay. All right, thank you.
All right. Okay. Well, we reached the end of our agenda, so if there are no objections, we'll call this meeting adjourned at 1:27 p.m. Thank you all so much.